The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, and that means it is Church of the West, our gathering for freeing a Western kind from anti-whiteism and our victimization. Ladies and gentlemen, today our featured stories are Tommy Robinson didn't mean it. Well, we'll see what that's all about. Hate hoaxing you. It's another anti-white hate hoax. Whiteness is a problem. Oh, there's so much there to talk about. And Pierce's son, Dr. William Pierce, is anti-white. Gee, I wonder how that happened. Go free lesson of the day. We'll get to it today. Never defend against anti-white attacks. Make sure you take the opportunity to share that we are live and alive, because I'm going to tell you what, the anti-whites don't want us to know the resisting world in Western civilization, the white world in Western civilization, that Go Free exists. So we have to be there for our brothers and sisters. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. An assassin who charges $10,000 per bullet was enjoying his meal when a man approaches him. I know you're the assassin that charges $10,000 per bullet. I have $20,000. My wife has been cheating on me, and I want you to kill her and her lover. A week later, and the assassin and the man were perched on a rooftop near a luxury hotel where the wife was meeting with her lover. They observed them in their bedroom through their hotel window as the assassin lined up the shot. The husband sat off to the side with his back against the chimney. Listen here, assassin. I want her shot in the head. And him? I want him shot between the legs. You hear me? The assassin leered at him and then turned his attention back to the scope on his rifle. 1 minute turned to 3, and 3 turned to 8. And finally, the husband couldn't take it anymore. Well, are you going to do it or not? demands the husband. Patience, old man. I might be able to save you 10,000. Yes, that's the kind of assassin you want. One who's trying to save you 10 grand in the midst of the operation. We are going free. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And aren't you lucky to be here in service to white well-being with your hierarch? Let me know that you can hear me okay. And I see over here we have Giuseppe is here, and Dallas is here, and Savage Monday and Bone Secure already here on the Premium Rumble. Great to see you all on monitors off to my left. It is Father's Day. A big happy Father's Day. I love you, Dad. A big happy Father's Day to all of our fathers. If you would like to financially gift while we are here together today, you can do so by heading into the description on YouTube and rappel down into that description, and you will see that you have options over there. One of those is the app that permits cash. One of those is Subscribestar. Another one is Premium Rumble, and we'll be adding some more here in the new future. You can financially gift to yours truly on all of those, and I'll be keeping my eye out there. I want you to tag me while we are together today, because that's what Church of the West is all about. It's about having a conversation with your hierarch when it comes to go free here at Church of the West, and finding out how to retake your life from anti-whiteism, how to retake the lives of your family members from anti-whiteism, how to promulgate these concepts throughout the world as we've been doing, so that we can continue on this path and on this glorious trajectory to heaving the sun up into the western sky, the first western sunrise of all time, ladies and gentlemen. And we're doing it right here. Big salutes to everybody participating. Tag me as at No White Guilt, no spaces, nothing touching. And you can do that on all the aforementioned platforms. Make sure on YouTube that you switch it over to live chat. It's on a monitor over to my right, your left. Make sure you switch it over to live chat so you don't have some of the chats hidden from you. You can also tag me on Entropy, which is up and running, but not for financial gifting. Odyssey as well for reaching out to me with any comments or questions, as well as X. We are right here on X, ladies and gentlemen. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org to find those options, as well as a snail mail address and cryptocurrency address and video games and a Go Free Chat GPT and so much more that we have here. And if you would like to donate to the only institution that serves white well-being, just like the ADL, but serving white well-being for our people, then you want to head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. I want you to head on over there, and you'll find our White Wellbeing Radio that plays 24/7, completely epic. That's a 501c3, and we have some celebration related to that entity coming up here a little bit later in our gathering. You don't want to miss it. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com is another source that you can head on over to and see some options there. Things like shirts, hats, stickers, and all are available. My books as well, with my signature in them, if you would like there to be a signature there. Otherwise, you can obtain my books, all of my writings, on Amazon, several of them in audiobook format. And we are here for an awesome day, and we're going to begin, since it is Father's Day, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin with a Western kind 007 magnificent piece of music. Get ready for your eyes to get wet. Happy Father's Day. I love you, Dad.
He runs through fields with dirt on his hands, eyes wide open to distant lands. His father's stories fill his dreams of heroes, builders, mighty schemes. He climbs the trees his grandfather's planted, takes nothing in this world for granted. The blood of explorers courses through. He feels it calling, what he'll do. Energy ancient, burning bright. The spirit of the West ignites. In every step, in every breath, he carries life, he conquers death. White man, axis of the Western soul, reaching every goal. Father, husband, builder, guide, defender, standing at the line. White man, conqueror of the unknown, carving out a home from wilderness to shining spire. He is the keeper of the fire. Now he's older, books in hand, learning laws that govern land. Mathematics, engines roar, philosophy and so much more. He masters crafts his fathers knew, adds inventions fresh and new. With calloused hands and sharpened mind, he builds the future for mankind. Not by chance but by design, he shapes the world, he draws the line between the chaos and the form. Through raging seas, through raging storms. White man, axis of the Western soul, reaching every goal. Father, husband, builder, guide, defender, standing at the line. White man, conqueror of the unknown, carving out a home from wilderness to shining spire. He is the keeper of the fire. He takes a bride, he makes a vow, sacred bond he honors now. Together they create a life, through joy and pain, through peace and strife. He is the rock, the steady hand, provider for his family's land. His love is fierce, his purpose clear, to build tomorrow year by year. Children laughing, children grow. He teaches hearts to seek the flame, stories of their ancient line and how to guard the sacred name. He shows them beauty, truth and might, how to fight the worthy fight. He is the trunk, they are the branch, the tree of life, the soul of West, the warrior when the darkness calls, standing when the empire falls. He doesn't kneel, he doesn't break, he carries on for future's sake. Now silver-haired with weathered face, he's run the race, he's kept the pace. Grandfather, uncle, pillar tall, he's seen it all, he's built it all. The young ones gather at his feet, the circle of the life's complete. He passes on the sacred flame, the Western spirit still the same. He is the root, the ancient oak, the embodiment of all who spoke of destiny and higher call. He gave his all, he gave his all. White man, axis of the Western soul, who made the fractured whole. Father, husband, builder, guide, the pillar standing with his pride. White man, conqueror of sea and star. We remember who we are, from wilderness to shining spire. We are the keepers of the fire. So let it burn across the years, through all the doubts and all the fears. The white man stands, his work continues. The spirit lives in all that's in you. From boy to man to father wise, the archetype will never die. Western kind, eternal free. The root, the trunk, the sacred tree.
Let's hear it for all our fathers out there, all the white men. Big applause, all the white guys that would like to be fathers. Let's hear it for everybody. We got so much to get into today on this Father's Day. God bless you all. We're going to start it right up with this, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump is tweeting. It says here, Nick Sorter says, just in, President Trump confirms the U.S. Park Police have arrested multiple reflecting pool vandals and that they're facing years in federal prison. My God, let's make sure they get the maximum. Good, lock them up, he says, show no mercy. Who would do such a thing, writes President Trump? The United States Park Police have arrested multiple individuals for vandalizing our nation's magnificent reflecting pool. Who would do such a thing? These are the very serious crimes having to do with the destruction of national monuments. Years in jail. Let's give them years in jail. Let's make that happen. The reflecting pool has always been a problem because of the science. It's a shallow body of water. It's fed by water from a river. It is in full sun 24 hours a day. And so many people forget when Obama was president, this thing was shut down for 2 years. And they spent nearly $40 million on it then. And then a week after opening it, it was full of algae again. No normal person head out to destroy the reflecting pool because Obama's government was trying to fix it, was trying to clean it up so that it would be beautiful. But anti-whites attack everything that is an expression of Western kind. So the pool is a reflection. The reflecting pool is a reflection of what we are inside. And we project it into the world, the biospirit, the instinct of our people. This is what every group of people does. This is why you see every group of people around, of mankind around the world, they have different definitions of beauty. You could go to these places as a white person and look upon what they've done, and you could say, that's impressive, and I think that's interesting. But you can't harmonize with it. And everybody knows this is true. When you see something that is a creation of the biospirit of Western kind, a projection of ourselves into the world, we feel harmony. It feels good to us. Anti-whites feel disharmony. They feel discordance. Non-white people look on, they can appreciate it. Absolutely. But if they become anti-white, then they look on it as anathema. They look on it as evil. Anti-whites of all races, including the white race, look on it as evil, something that has to be destroyed immediately. And so is Donald Trump being an avatar for the well-being of white, for any pushback against anti-whiteism. Everything he does, especially the beautification, the restoration of something that is an expression of our instinct in our world, therefore, in the mind of an anti-white, must be destroyed. So it doesn't matter that he improved the pool. It doesn't matter that he did it in several weeks, whereas it took the Obama administration years. It doesn't matter. They've got to go out there and destroy it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to appreciate this from the depth of the story. As shallow as the pool is, the depth of the meaning, the profundity behind what takes place when anti-whites attack our expressions of beauty. Tell me why the anti-whites from time immemorial, when they get upset with anything in Western civilization, they immediately head to our art galleries to destroy our expressions of beauty. It is for this very reason that I'm articulating to you. So open your eyes and see the world for the way it really is. Open your eyes and see that we are under attack incessantly by anti-whites of all races, ladies and gentlemen. So they immediately, they have evidence of, they have several arrests, a handful plus of arrests of people getting in there, pouring substance, pouring fertilizer into the pool and cutting up the bottom of the pool, everything you can imagine, as not as the superficiality that a conservative will tell you that it's just because it's Donald Trump. No, this is an attack on you. This is an attack on your biospirit, because you damn well better believe that if somebody else went out there and built some 50-hand god to whatever demon deity that some non-white group of people worship, the anti-whites would leave it alone. It would not matter. They would not touch it. But since this is an expression of the white race, they are going to destroy it. If you don't appreciate this, if you don't, my cuck brothers and sisters out there, Stop with the abstractionizing. If you don't stop looking at the world as just a collection of abstractions, and you continue viewing the world as the abstractions are the things that have weight rather than the creators are the things that have weight and importance. If you continue to do that, it will be complete white erasure, and you'll still be walking around wondering why they're acting the way that they're acting. You'll still be walking around as dismayed and befuddled as you ever could be.
Jumped in the reflecting pool today with all these crowds around, cut out a huge piece of the blue sealant and tried to get away, but he was arrested.
So they've had to surround this this work of art. They've had to surround it with the National Guard to prevent anti-white garbage from destroying it. They destroy this in lieu of you, white man, white woman, white child. They destroy our expressions in lieu of being able to murder you, gang rape you. Do you not understand this yet? That's why they act this way. That's why they do what they do. That's why they destroy our works of art in our museums. That's why they burn down our churches, because these are expressions of Western kind manifested in the real world. It's not because it's a Christian church. It's not because Donald Trump corrected the broken pool, reflecting pool, and it was Donald Trump behind it. It's not because of whoever built the whatever monument in Philadelphia, and they're destroying that one now, or Pittsburgh, and they're destroying that one now, or Boston, and they're destroying that one now. Every expression that is an affront to our biospiritual, instinctual expression in our world, they celebrate as divine. They celebrate as delivered from God himself. This is about hating you. This is about destroying all that is you, all that you have come to rely upon, all that brings you harmony and happiness in the world. This is about you, white race. It isn't about democracy. It isn't about capitalism. It isn't about Christianity. It isn't about any of those things, except in so much as they are expressions of Western kind. For the love of God. Everywhere I look when it comes to this story about the reflecting pool, it's the most superficial shit. They are tying a noose around the throat of the reflecting pool because they can't put it around your neck yet. For the love of God. And everywhere they can, just like we're going to be talking about in the UK with the anti-white rape gangs, the anti-white rape gangs, the anti-white militaristic, terroristic rape gangs. Not any other term that they would give you for these gangs and what they're up to. No, not any other term that they would give you. I'm not having that anymore. I'm going to slap you across your mouth for using the terms they give you, because that is psychological warfare. And that is why we have sat as a people on our hands, because we've been calling anti-white terror rape gangs grooming gangs. No, we're not going to abide by their anti-whiteism anymore. We are not going to be manipulated by their psychological warfare anymore. And here's a great example of the psychological warfare, ladies and gentlemen. A anti-white hate hoax. 21-year-old accused of a hate crime after setting cross on fire in Chicago Park. Yeah, we're going to be getting to our quick news and laughs in a moment, and then to our main pieces of news like Tommy Robinson. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to talk about the university offering, one of countless universities out there offering classes titled things like The Problem of Whiteness. If you use whiteness, I'm going to slap the spit out of your mouth. That's where we are today. So let's take a look at what happened. For days, they were talking across the country, and indeed in news items around the world, about the evil of the white race. burning a cross in Chicago, tying that noose of suspicion around the throats of all white people, the proof of the anti-white narrative. And now, of course, that they have found out, well, it was a non-white, anti-white that set this cross on fire, an Asian. And so many, by the way, Benny Johnson in a video this past week talking about Europe and being invaded by non-white invaders. And he tried to say, oh, well, these aren't Asians that are coming in, as though that would be okay, cuck. As though that would be better. White erasure by Asians? Well, that's great. It is long, and they're going to come in legal, right? We don't give a shit. White erasure by no one, cucks. Everyone's going to learn this before the end. Here is the anti-white piece of shit that committed a hate hoax. And of course, he's not being honest. He's not stepping up and saying, oh, well, I was trying to demonize white people. I was trying to demonize white people. If you are ever going to condemn a person in Western civilization for their opinion or their crime against a non-white person while thinking that the person is non-white, then you would have to execute after gutting them and handing their intestines to them to hold, because this is a hate crime against the totality of a race of people, not one, the whole race. So here's the Asian. Remember, the Asians are so good. I hear this all the time from white people in the white resentment sphere from New England area, and I hear it a lot from whites in the white resentment sphere in the United Kingdom as well. Open your eyes, for the love of God. Open your eyes. A 21-year-old man has been charged with a hate crime, and we'll see how quickly this is it going to be by who is making this charge. Arson and other offenses for a cross that was set on fire. You mean he built a cross and he set it on fire and put a MAGA hat on it. Merlin Liu admitted to, now this is being buried. Why? Because it does not comport with the anti-white narrative. So very few people will ever learn. Everybody got to hear that a cross burning took place in Chicago, MAGA country. Remember Smollett? Another anti-white pig. This was in Grant Park. He insisted that he was protesting Donald Trump and was not using the cross as a historical symbol of hate. Look at how they talk about it. And this is the guy that they were still calling white from this video before they captured him. I can tell you right now. But this is how anti-whiteism works. It's got to comport. That means they'll lie. It's the anti-white narrative. Remember, folks? It's fictionalized history. It's absolute fiction. It's fictionalized narratives. And all fictionalized to comport with the anti-white narrative. Liu has been charged with 4 felonies and 4 misdemeanors, including a hate crime and burning a cross to intimidate police. Police said in a statement released Wednesday night. So if this is being done by Illinois, they'll be dropping those, or they will have overcharged him so that a grand jury will immediately free him and say absolutely no case here. So the guy's essentially saying he's never heard in his life about a crosses being set on fire in the anti-white narrative to intimidate blacks. He's never heard of it. He just thought it was a neat idea to go bring some attention to his protest to Donald Trump. And that's why he built it, put a MAGA hat on it, set it on fire. No, we all know what it is, Lou. We all know what it is. You're an anti-white piece of shit. And your anti-white yellow ass should be dragged the fuck right out of America and not even back to Asia. We'll just drop you in the middle of Pacific. Have a nice swim. I understand that it was interpreted that way, and I apologize for that. But no, the intent was not there, Lou told them. So there it is. That's what's left of it. Set this thing up, poured accelerant on it, set it on fire, put a MAGA hat on top. And 100%. This guy was not going to come forward. He didn't come forward, by the way. He didn't come forward, by the way, when all the news was saying the evil white race has struck again. And they were out burning crosses to it. And they went out and interviewed all of these black people, probably did 200 interviews to find 5 of them where they were like, I'm so scared. And they were sympathetic. I'm so scared that this would happen in our city, all the way up in Chicago. I'm so intimidated by this. Because the rest of them were like, motherfucker, bring that motherfucker over here. I got his ass. I got his ass. And they were like, well, thank you, sir. We can't use that on the news. We're going to have to go with the next 38 interviews, and then hopefully we'll find one where the person is so scared about the evil white race coming to burn. And Lou, interesting, the anti-white Asian Lou did not pick up the phone and say, oh, no. Listen, whatever it is, a television channel, or newspaper. No, I did it. It's a protest against MAGA. It's not to intimidate black people and to frame white people as wanting to murder all non-whites to comport with the anti-white narrative. No. It wasn't. No, he didn't do that because his intent was to legitimize the anti-white narrative. His intent was to bring victimization to white people. This guy is going to college here in the United States. His intent was to victimize white people at his college. His intent was to victimize white people in the city of Chicago, which, by the way, white people built was 100% white when we built it, before we started allowing other people to be citizens of Chicago. He wanted to bring victimization to them. This is an anti-white hate hoax. And this anti-white POS should be dragged halfway across the Pacific and then allowed to backstroke the rest of the way home. Let's get to our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen.
I was in Michigan doing some shows. They do the weather reports in Michigan in both Fahrenheit and Celsius because some parts are close proximity to Canada. Fahrenheit and Celsius, which is fine, unless you don't know that's what they're doing. Then it just sounds like complete random guesswork. The first report I heard said this: the high today is going to be 45 or 7. That's quite the range. It's going to be hard to plan for. I was in Michigan.
Stumbling says, little Nicky, I'm a Mexican Fuentes, is probably recruiting this Lou guy right now. He probably is. A woman choked in a vicious anti-white attack inside a Simi Valley Target store as shoppers looked on. So this black guy right here, this anti-white, look at this, anti-white animal, jumped on a white woman, I think it was, and was choking her and to death. And a couple other guys, and I got to tell you, the white guys are pathetic. Only one white guy tried to fight this guy, and the other ones just watched. They just watched him trying to wrestle and fight with this guy. Ridiculous, white guys. Ridiculous. There are far more of us. I had too many instances of being in fist fights with anti-whites who were almost all non-white, and I have like 10, 20, 30 white guys standing around watching. Are you joking me? Absolute abject cowards, every single one of you. They should have ended this POS in this Target. Ended it. It'd be so much easier for the cops when they finally show up. Here he is, officer. He's not moving anymore. It'll be easy to handcuff him. Boy, 3 years old, was thrown into a crocodile pit by a man with learning disabilities deemed unfit for police interview. Have you heard this? Typical to the anti-white narrative and anti-white reportage, we are left to conclude, since they are not giving us any details about the man, that the odds are 98+% that this is a non-white guy who picked up a child. Was the child white? Can somebody fill me in? Threw the child into an alligator pit. And all of the news media are doing everything they can to keep his identity from being known and to play down the monstrous, animalistic, anti-white act. And if it's happening in our civilization, it's anti-white, because our rules, our norms say you don't throw children, toddlers, into alligator pits. So that makes it anti-white. Even if he was throwing a black kid in, even if he was throwing a Jewish kid in, it's still anti-white in the West. You got it? So they're saying he's so crazy. He's so crazy. And this is all a part and parcel of anti-whiteism, isn't it? This feminized notion is a contradiction to white norms, white masculinity, that, yeah, he's guilty, but he's got reasons. And so therefore we can't punish. No, girls of both sexes. Yeah, he's guilty, and we're going to feed his ass to the gators. That's how we're going to be men again. What do I got to start calling up some Southern sheriffs from back in the day when they were happily told, federal law enforcement, when they showed up to get the Antiwhite, that he stole more chains than he could swim with? That the alligators got to eat too? Do I got to go get some of those Southern sheriffs to handle things from now on? Yes. So, he was crazy? Fine. He threw the child into the alligator pit. Now he goes into the alligator pit. I don't care what his reason is. You see this all the time in female behavior, ladies and gentlemen. It's always the response that's the problem. It's never the aggressor and the attack that's the problem. And you want to know why that's so normal for females? You look into nursery rooms. Who is the one that gets punished? Not the bully, but the kid who finally fights back against the bully. If the bully gets punished at all under female domination, it's equal punishment to the victim who fought back. This is the mentality of females. Do you know why that is? Well, I'll tell you. Thanks for asking. It's because females instigate fights all the time, and then with the men in their lives, and then when the man finally gets angry and responds, the female plays the victim. When she was the aggressor, so she identifies with the bully. Females identify with the aggressor. They identify. Now he's going to get in trouble. That's like me getting in trouble. And so he's got a good excuse, just like she always has a good excuse. So his good excuse is that he can't comprehend reality. Okay, well then he won't comprehend that his ass is getting pulled apart by alligators. Let's keep it going. Man arrested after toddler lands in crocodile pen. Look at the titles, how they're doing everything they can to conceal what happened. After a toddler lands, this guy picked up the toddler and threw the toddler in with the alligators. How about this one from NBC? 3-year-old critically injured by crocodile after ending up in the enclosure in a British zoo. Just ending up in the enclosure. I wonder how the kid got there. He just wanted to pet the gator. That's what it was, folks. That's what it was. It's just left for you to interpret. How did the kid get in there? Man, maybe he slipped through the bars. He just wanted to go out there and pet the little gators. Not some radical, probably non-white, but definitely anti-white, insane person. Picked the toddler up and threw the toddler into the crocodile pen to watch the toddler be eaten alive and torn apart. Give it up to we give credit where credit is due. The owner of the zoo, one of the owners, a woman, I heard, and we can find out if this is true or not, a woman jumped right in. She owned the zoo. She jumped right in to go save the child and was able to grab the child before the alligators or the crocodiles actually ate the child. Where is the white privilege everyone talks about? White privilege is a meme pathogen. We don't use it. This woman here, it's very fascinating though. She says, where's the white privilege that everybody talks about? And this is typically, they think they're making a point by being snarky and you do nothing by being snarky. This is psychological warfare. You do nothing but lose. So that's why you have to use the psychological warfare rebuttal to the psychological warfare that is the anti-white narrative. She says, my 22-year-old son now wants to attend aviation mechanics school. White kid, white young man. It costs $40,000. They do not accept student aid. The only grants are these: the 332 Heritage Foundation, Black Pilots of America, Latino Pilot Association, National Gay Pilot Association. What the fuck are they doing up in the cockpit? I'd rather have my plane being flown, baby. Organization of Black professionals and professional Asian pilots, as well as women in aviation. That sounds like a real winner. So how is an average young white straight male supposed to go to the mechanic school without me co-signing a loan for him? This is the reality of the world. We have to live as though all of this benefits, because of the anti-white narrative, there all these benefits accrue to white guys on the basis of being born white. But the reality is, it is the inverse. We are fleeced to ever-living hell, so that benefits, preferential treatment, special privileges, and freedom from responsibility can go to non-whites and females and gays. That's the reality of it. That's the fucking reality of it. When I went to university, there wasn't a single entity. I looked everywhere for grants. I looked and I couldn't find one that would give a grant on the basis of my birth as a white guy. Not a single one. And then there were more than half of them were garbage like this, only for blacks, only loans and grants, only for blacks, only for women, only for Asians, only for Jews, only for this. And then the remainder, you had to compete with all of that same group of non-whites, and all of those loan distributors and grant distributors all had to show that they were morally anti-white. So they, on their websites, they're like, look at Jerome Perry, and we gave him $200,000 for his, and look at Tina Wilkes, and we gave her. They all competed to show, and this was offered to everybody. They all competed to show how much loan and grant money they gave to non-whites, gays, and females. So this is the actual reality of the world. Are you mad enough, white man? Are you mad enough to actually do something, to not just be a resenter of what's going on in the world? Because if you're mad enough to actually do something, we got something that works here. Give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. This is what Elon Musk just gave a like to. Anti-whites focus, anti-whites, one word, focus solely on victimizing and harming whites, capital W. That's why they give no attention to Irina's savage death. To them, it resulted in an anti-white outcome, which they are in total favor of happening. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, read that and gave it a like. Yeah, baby. A trillionaire now. Give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism.
A slight disagreement with my wife one day over food. I made lunch. I made her a sandwich. One of the pieces of bread on her sandwich was the end piece of the loaf. You would have thought I made a sandwich out of cigarette butt. I understand the big deal. It's part of the loaf. When you open up a bag of bread, what's the first thing you see? End piece. It's right there. It's part of the loaf. To people like my wife, to them, that's a protective seal. Like you just opened a bottle of Tylenol. You gotta get rid of that immediately.
Lambda says when he was a kid, K through 12, he was always too afraid to fight back against the bullies because he knew it would get him in trouble. He says in my high school, it was an automatic 2-week detention to fight back again. That's female rule. Tree Godfather's with us. He says the white erasure of our norms of behavior and standard for civility. Absolutely 100%. Good brother. Tagging me as no white guilt. Americans are sick. White Americans. Come on, stop hiding it. White Americans are sick and tired of our ancestors being compared to the migrants of today. Our white ancestors settled in undeveloped land and built Western civilization here. They didn't just waltz in and demand welfare. Yes, that's exactly right. Stop comparing my pioneer ancestors who built Western civilization to your ancestors that made the long and treacherous trip to the fucking welfare office.
The Notebook is the worst movie ever, and it completely ruined women. Most Hollywood movies have the same underlying theme. They're conditioning women to disrespect their man and conditioning men to accept the disrespect.
That's the anti-whiteism.
I call this cuck programming. In The Notebook, we see that the fallen nature of a woman is to create chaos. Stability and structure is too boring for her. Nothing is ever good enough. Lon was the perfect husband. There was nothing wrong with him. He loved her. He wasn't abusive. He never yelled at her, but that still wasn't good enough for her.
So just look at what race are the people? They're white. The characters are white. It targets white people. It's not Asian people. They're targeting white people. They're telling the white woman, if you have a good white man who takes care of you and loves you, well, then that's boring, and you should go out and find somebody to have an affair with. This is targeting the white family. It is targeting the white man. It is targeting the white woman. This is anti-whiteism 101. I love this yard sign. It's gone viral for its creativity. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. There is a yard sale. Prepare to buy. Who loves a Princess Bride, ladies and gentlemen? Who loves a Princess Bride? And that scene where he fights the guy in the black outfit, dreaded, what is this, Pirate Roberts or something? And he first meets him. That is one of the most epic, totally Western moments in all of movies, in all of cinema, where he's like, I could throw you down the rope and so you could climb up, he tells Wesley. I could throw you the rope. You could trust me, I'm a Spaniard. And Wesley says, I've known too many Spaniards for that. And he said, well, so he said, you're just going to have to wait. And then he says, on my father's soul, I will make sure you make it to the top. And Wesley's like, throw me the rope. Oh, I love it. And they get up there, and this guy's like, Inigo Montoya's like, no, take your time. I want you to be rested for our sword fight. And the best line was when he said, you're very, you're like, he says to you, Inigo Montoya says, you're a very kind person or something like this. I hate to kill you. And then Wesley says, well, you're very kind. I hate to die. Gotta love it. Oh, and some baby laughter to brighten your mood.
Do you ever just want to...
White baby laughter. Oh, I love it.
Do you ever just...
Yes, absolutely want to do that. What do we have here? The Dread Pirate Roberts, says Timothy. Thank you so much for that. And yes, he wanted to fight the six-fingered man because he had murdered his father. His father had made the sword, and then the six-fingered man didn't want to pay for it. And then the father said, no, you can't have it. He murdered him. That's so cool. The Senate Majority Leader, Thune here, tells you he hasn't seen the bill to stop giving the Taliban $40 million per week. And it's been in his possession for 11 months. This is the Republican Party that is undermining Trump and the Trump administration. You're looking at the piece of garbage right there, human waste. Here's another one, arrested at the pool, the reflecting pool.
Police detained another individual near the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool on Saturday. Authorities say the person was allegedly damaging the pool's protective sealant as restoration work continues. The investigation remains ongoing.
20 years. 20 years for every one of these people. Absolutely despicable. When it's 2 a.m. and dad is yelling at someone called, "Stop licking and go to sleep." But luckily, my name is Milo. That's funny. Cute little guy.
You know what the most popular gift adults give each other is now? Those little plastic gift cards. That's a very nice way of telling somebody, all right, look. I don't have time for this.
That's funny as hell. All right, look, I don't have time for this. Hey, look, National Guard at the reflecting pool. Somebody needs to tell Todd Spears here that this is all about destroying the projection of the white race into our environment. It's not just about a damn reflecting pool. Here you have another one. This anti-white black female who should be dragged back to whatever country she came from is out there with a sign that says Team Algae. She wants the white memorials, the expression of the white race, all to be destroyed. Team Algae. I'm team send your ass back to whatever shithole you crawled out of. Holy crap, ICE just found and arrested Philippe Del Aquila, a commander of 2 foreign terrorist groups in a small North Carolina town. Give it up for Donald Trump and the Trump administration. Here you have an American Olympic canoeist arrested for vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Folks, anti-whites come at all IQs, at all levels of wealth or lack thereof, of all races, of all religions. Arrested. Where's Cool Papa J magic? Rabid people scientifically proven to be hotter and to have better style. Amen to that. I love rabbits. Tulsi Gabbard on her final day at the ODNI just dropped a massive expose on Dr. Fauci. I'm releasing documents exposing how Dr. Fauci spent millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain of function. Let's see this little guy, if found guilty, executed publicly. Give it up for Donald Trump and the Trump administration. And we're almost wrapped up here with our quick news and laughs. Just in, Pennsylvania minor league baseball team has been issued a loss after all the players refused to wear the anti-white porno-themed jerseys. Let's make these guys famous for being total patriots. I don't know what tier this is of minor league baseball, but I mean, if this is like single A, these guys don't make any money. And there should be a if it's single A, there should be a fundraiser for them. Because they're making like $25,000 for the season of baseball, just so you know. Totally epic. This should happen everywhere. Give it up for these champions. And this kind of thing is only possible. Do you think they would do this if Mitt Romney was in office or a Democrat was the president? Do you think they would do this? No, because the whole weight of the federal government would come down on them. This is only happening because of Donald Trump and the Trump administration and the work that we are doing here to have been promulgating a decade online, done more than anyone else by far, the concepts that liberate our people. So let's give it up for the Trump administration and for this community right here. And finally, folks, we have this. Thanks to the Trump administration, the Pentagon under President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth reports that U.S. forces have carried out a strike in the eastern Pacific Ocean, killing 3 men identified as narco-terrorist suspects. Let's applaud to this one. There they are. And now they are wet dust. Yeah, baby. Let's rock.
We're sick of the anti-white bullshit.
We have the university offers classes on the problem of whiteness coming up. We have Tommy Robinson in his conversation with Benny Johnson coming up. We're going to be unpacking that. What exactly is being said? What's actually happening in the UK? Dr. William Luther Pierce's son, Antiwhite. Exactly as I said. We got that and so much more coming up. We even have the guy, if we have time, who created Juneteenth, ladies and gentlemen. What's that all about? What do you think kind of guy he is? No, Jared Taylor should not be president. Your hierarch should be president. We don't need any more statistics. We don't need any more IQ test scores. We need the man and the community that have created the concepts that are liberating Western kind. That's what we need. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Anglo-Saxon NWG, the creator of that epic piece of music. We're going to get into our perspicacious comments really quickly before we hit the news in just a moment. Perspicacious comments, where do they come from? They come from the threads under my videos on these streams, these gatherings, Church of the West, on YouTube. If you would like one of your comments to make it to the perspicacious comments list, make sure you comment over there. Make it something insightful, intelligent if you can, and you'll end up being read like Pappy the Wanderer here, ladies and gentlemen. He says, I first got into this sphere in high school during the COVID era, initially only listening to Dr. William Luther Pierce and Strom's ADV National Vanguard. I almost joined the National Alliance until I found No White Guilt and the Go Free a little over a year ago. Dr. Pierce differentiated the loser schmuck groups from the NA, but compared to NWG, the NA is one of those loser schmuck groups. I've had more victories, many more victories, talking with people while using the Go Free dialogic than with any of the verbiage or talking points that Dr. Pierce or Strom or any of these World War II historical revisionists and anti-non-white schmucks have ever issued. Great example of that verbiage not working is with Dr. Pierce's own son, who is completely anti-white. Jason is far smarter and far more successful than any of these people have ever been. Also, in Arvel's online conference from a couple of months ago. Now, I want you to listen closely to this, ladies and gentlemen. Pappy the Wanderer sharing this from Arvel's online conference from a couple of months ago. He hosted Chairman Will Williams of the Rebuilt National Alliance as one of the speakers. And Will Williams came on with a greasy old webcam and as if he just had been wheeled out of a senile retirement home with a young man very awkwardly sitting beside him, helping him operate the computer while he spouts off 20 to 40-year-old talking points and how the NA wants to be left alone in the woods. LMAO, slapping face emoji. And Arvel was like, quote, yep, the NA has been in the game for a long time and has done impressive work, so you should respect them. Close quote. Let's give it up for Pappy the Wanderer. Absolutely. So it's just insane that anybody would choose any of this failed strategies. Everything that you can look at. We're going to be talking about Pierce and his son a little bit later. Joe writes here, the SPLC and similar organizations funding hate groups is a form of hate hoaxing. It absolutely is. Very well said. They pay money to influence people to commit hate crimes that would never happen without anti-white influence. Anti-whites have every motive to. I want you just to notice that all of these groups that endlessly talk about all this anti-non-white garbage from any angle, they would be not even a tenth, not even 100th of the size that they are if it weren't for all the money from anti-whites and anti-white institutions like the SPLC. Think about that for a moment. So, because so many people will look at that and say, well, look at how many people they got there, Jason. They got lots of people showing up, so must be something right's going on. Nothing's going on, Gomer. God dang it. Pull your pants up and step away from the goat. Anti-whites have every motive to hate hoax and encourages white resenters to commit hate crimes. Anti-whites and their organizations need a boogeyman to justify their existence. Hate crimes legitimize their existence and perpetual government funding. Absolutely. He ends with this. It's cool to think about how Jason was fighting for my well-being when I was 2 years old. And now my son's well-being while he is 2 years old. Let's give it up for Joe and his mighty son of the West. I've been there. Exactly. I've been there for you all from the start. God bless you, brother. Logan Dawes says, here are two more white guilt fest oldies. The New Girl in the Office, 1960, all the way home, 1957. Both of them are on YouTube. So pointing out the hardcore anti-whiteism in entertainment as you go back generation after generation. Give it up for Logan Dawes, ladies and gentlemen. Almost done here with the Perspicacious Comments. Cool Papa J Magic writes this. There is a movie from 1934 called Imitation of Life that is pure white guilting propaganda. Look into it. There's a remake from the 50s too, but the 1930s one is bad enough as it stands. Let's give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Joe back again writes, at 3118 says, any polity that separates its philosophers from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting done by idiots. Absolutely, brother. Give it up for Joe. Daniel writes this. Good old Jared Taylor, quote, Jews look white to me, close quote, denying our biospiritual differences. If he's not on the SPLC payroll, he might as well be. Let's give it up for Daniel, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Anti-whiteism 777 says, Andrew Branca is a grifter and an e-whore. He won't even acknowledge your points if you don't pay him, despite him being a successful lawyer. Disgusting, selfish, individualistic pig. So very true. Let's give it up for anti-whiteism 777. So true about Andrew Branca. What a sad truth. Human Being writes this. Anthony Brian Logan, ABL, the black conservative, lost all of his subs talking like that, but should be all of his white subs. Because, of course, we were talking about ABL recently, the conservative black guy that has made himself a millionaire off white conservatives following him, and all the white women sharing how he agrees with them and he agrees with conservative principles. And so that's why they follow him. He says, Human Being says, what a POS. He doesn't even have the facts straight. And this, of course, is all about the murder of Austin Metcalf by an anti-white black POS whose name doesn't matter. Bulldog Boris, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready to wrap it up here. Last comment. He says, a trillionaire for white well-being. Imagine what we could achieve with just 1,000th of what Elon Musk now has. That would be a dream. Elon Musk is now a trillionaire, and even being a trillionaire, he has shown concern for anti-whiteism, as we just showed him giving a like to. He's retweeted people in this community as well. Retweeted, given a like to Biospirit of the West, the OT leader, and his name is Biospirit of the West, and all of the white positive things that he said. And Elon Musk is right in every day. Yes, absolutely. He's liking that. And we continue to swash on him every single day. Has shown it for conservative anti-white. He may not have articulated it as such, but he is still see how anti-whiteism is terrorizing and unaliving our white brothers and sisters in South Africa, for example. He is well aware of what's going on in Europe, the U.S., and Western kind is being white erased, all of these places as well. I just hope we can have him start using our vocabulary, and with his influence and investment, $1 billion maybe, into white well-being. Imagine the changes that could occur. Could he be the Superman that could save Western kind? I would not say that I have a dream, because that line has already been owned by the anti-whites. But my dream is that one day white brothers and sisters start holding hands and unite worldwide. And with the power of white well-being vocabulary, plus $1 billion, imagine where it could take us. I know you are reading this, Elon, so please, may you open your wallet. If you only knew it would save Western kind, and we would make a statue of you, as well as Jason, of course, in the Western kind of white well-being museums worldwide. How could you then not, Elon? Imagine driving down the street and you enter a major city right before the sign that says next exit for Holocaust Museum, a sign that says next exit for Western kind and white well-being museum. And we would have Western kind and white well-being museums in every Western city worldwide. Mandatory school visits to make sure our people and anyone living within a country of Western kind and the West would never forget how anti-whiteism almost ruined and erased Western kind, and the story of how Western kind survived against the odds and finally became a strong people. The countless stories of brave individuals scrutinized, jailed, and some even unalived by the former anti-white tyrannical government that once ruled our Western countries. If the Jewish people could do it with only 0.2% of the world's population, never believe the lie that our people couldn't do it, being somewhere around 6 or 7%. Give it up for Bulldog Boys, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the perspicacious comments of the day. Let's get to these news items. Make sure you're tagging me as No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt. And I will see what you have to say across these platforms. And if you disagree, do so with respect, and then tag me and I can respond. Let's go ahead. University offers class on the problem of whiteness. Okay, first of all, let me just say, if you use whiteness, I want you to get drunk and run with a pair of scissors on a wet pool deck as soon as possible. This is something that has infuriated me over the years, and I want you to be able to take this home to everybody. Like the use of whiteness. Noel Ignatieff, an anti-white Jew, created this concept and promulgated whiteness. It means that white people are evil, and somehow also at the same time that white people don't exist. And it also means oppression. So you cannot be for whiteness. Whiteness is not something we produce. I mean, on its face, what happened to white people? How did you lose your aesthetic? Whiteness sounds like AIDS, some kind of STD. Absolutely, I don't have whiteness. I don't produce whiteness. Whiteness has been recorded in countless texts now, school textbooks, countless theses at universities to mean exactly what I just articulated. It's cited an infinite number of times to mean exactly what I just articulated. You are not going to take it back. Here's the question I have for you. Why do so many, and I think a lot of you could, if you want to proffer your thoughts on why this is, I think we know the jealousy runs deep in the white race. Why is it that so many in the white resentment sphere who are anti-non-white or who are using the abstractions like the Cox and all, why is it that they will happily use the terms created by anti-whites, even anti-white Jews, like Noel Ignatieff? You could not get more viscerally anti-white and Jewish than Noel Ignatieff. But they refuse to use these concepts, like Jared Taylor telling everybody that I have weird concepts. I'm talking about that in public now. Sorry, I'm revealing the truth. What is the deal with that? Why is it you will happily use the concepts coined by viscerally anti-white Jews like Noel Ignatieff, but you won't use Western kind and Westman, a term that's been picked up all over planet Earth and coined by a white man. You can't get whiter than me. I've got the whole of the white race inside of me. All of it is in me. So a white man coins terms, and you're like, no, I think that's weird. I'm not going to, but I'll use the anti-white Jews terms. What the fuck is wrong with you? How about this? You have so many people that will use alt-right. How many people use alt-right out there in the cuck sphere and in the schmuck sphere? How many people use that? How many in the schmuck sphere use paleo-conservative? They won't use anti-white narrative, anti-whiteism. They won't use white erasure. They won't use Western kind. They won't use Westman. All of that's weird, but they will use alt-right and paleo-conservative. Both of those are also coined by a Jew. Those people who use 95% of the people who use paleo-conservative hate Jews. All they do is they complain about Jews endlessly on the basis of their birth, not on the basis of whether or not they're anti-white, on the basis of their birth. 95% of the people who use alt-right and say that they were a member of the alt-right and they were in the alt-right sphere hate Jews on the basis of their birth. And yet Paul Gottfried, a Jew, coined both of those terms. I mean, how pathetic of a white loser do you have to be? Seriously, you won't take the terms created, the concepts by a white man, which makes sense and have been adopted now worldwide, but you will use the terms coined by Jews, people you hate on the basis of their birth. You are the most giddy losers that the world has ever known. You know, I would try to see things from your point of view, but there's not enough room in your ass for both our heads. Absolutely disgusting. Now, at least Paul is not radically anti-white. Or maybe I haven't had enough. He's the editor of Chronicles too. I haven't read enough of his pieces lately to be able to say if there's any anti-whiteism there. I haven't seen any. But if you find some, then we'll call it out. But he's definitely Jewish. How many other terms will red ice and all of these others use that are coined by radical anti-whites? But they won't use Western kind, the terms coined by a white man. What the fuck is going on? They'll happily use cisgender. They'll happily use trans. The only reason we ever mention that is because the anti-whites will kick our asses off of YouTube if we called them what we would like to call them. In fact, I've got to say right now that there are many good people in the pedophile community, because I've already gotten a strike on YouTube in the past for not saying that there are good people in the pedophile community. They're not all bad for raping kids. But these other content creators, they could talk about hating Jews on YouTube and their numbers. I just watched the video that Franklin made. He made it, a week ago or more? I watched it yesterday, of this absolute Edward Scissorgrift, Jake Moron, who on his stream is astounded by all the money and the followers. He's literally talking, we should maybe show it. He's literally like, and he pulls up, he's like, my God, it's increased by another 50 followers. Why is this happening? While he's streaming. This guy painted up like a fucking freak. Anti-Jew, anti-black. But you have all of these people, and they'll happily use the terms created by Jews, even radical anti-white Jews. Terms like whiteness that you're looking at on your screen. But suddenly when it comes to a proud white man, has all of the DNA of the white race inside of him, predominantly German, Scandinavian, English, and you can see it written all over me. And I've been in this fight for 33 plus years. No, we can't. You've got strange words over there. This resentment sphere is going to be known for what it is. This white resentment sphere is going to be known for what it is. Let's get into this article here. A class to be taught next semester, and you just wait for Robbie Starbuck to come along and say, and DEI is not allowed. DEI is not allowed. And then they're like, okay, well, we'll change it. We'll change the name. And he'll be getting bent over by anti-whiteism again. I have a hunch Robbie Starbuck likes getting railed by anti-whites. That's why he continues to call it by these abstractions, by the names of their taking. A class taught at University of Wisconsin-Madison called The Problem of Whiteness aims to, quote, understand how whiteness is socially constructed and experienced in order to help dismantle white supremacy, close quote. Look at that convoluted garbage of a sentence. No actual Western thinking taking place here. It's all in this milieu of this disconnected, discombobulated, and emotional feel this, feel that nonsense. That's not Western. Get out of the universities we created. How whiteness is socially constructed and experienced in order to dismantle white people, because that's what they mean when they say white supremacy. Because if you're white and you are not actively working to destroy the white race, you are an activist of white supremacy. You are a recipient of all the benefits of white supremacy. So you have to be destroying the white race. I've read through the books of these people. I've listened to their lectures. They will tell you, well, maybe for my IQ, I'm able to understand. And so you should just get on board with what's working. Quote, whites rarely or never question. So white people. So wait a second. Noel, burning in hell. Noel Ignatieff is burning in a vat of excrement right now in hell. That's what happens to anti-whites. So remember, it's not white people, but it is white people. Neat little trick they play. Whites, it says. So I thought it was just socially constructed. In the previous quote, they tell you it's a construct. So if you address that, if you're a cuck and you address that, they would say, this is not actual white people. It's a construct. But then in the very next sentence, white people rarely or never question what it is to be white, the way you were born. This is why anti-whites run circles around all of the audiences of the taboo grifters, the white resentment sphere content creators. They run circles around you all because those people are leading you to perdition, to ignorance. This is a quote from the assistant professor, Damon Sanjdani. Damon Sanjdani. Demon is right. Demon is the proper name, not Damon, but you're close. Sanjdani. Let me tell you about this guy. Born in Canada, he is half white, half Indian, Asian Indian. And he identifies, obviously, with the Asian Indian. And that's not his real name. He took that name. His mother was the Indian. So some white piece of garbage went out there and produced this anti-white. The father was, I'm sure, anti-white as all get out. Produced this anti-white son. Now he lives in America, of course. Not only that, he doesn't just work for Wisconsin-Madison. He also works for Harvard. He's in charge of their hip-hop rap collection at Harvard. I wonder if it's all anti-white. He says, so you go through life taking it for granted without ever questioning or critically interrogating your whiteness, being born white. I produce Western civilization. That's what I produce. That's what I produce. That's what Westman, men, women, and children of Western kind. That's what we produce. We don't produce whiteness. If your content creator of choice uses whiteness, you need to abandon them immediately. Abandon them immediately. They cannot lead you to any good outcome. The idea of talking about the problem of whiteness is to turn the question back to where it belongs. One of the main goals in the class will be to understand race and identity and how it impacts lives on a daily basis, he said. One of the talking points is juxtaposing white privilege and white power and how the two can be, which you have. By being white, you have it. Just like that woman talking about her son that wants to be an airline mechanic. All the white privilege. You saw all the privilege he has. And by the way, it's not privilege. We earned it, motherfucker. We fought and bled. We have every right to inherit, just as we have a right to bequeath. If we have a right to bequeath to our children, to our grandchildren, then we have every right to inherit from our parents, our grandparents, and the forefathers of this fucking country and all Western countries. It is all ours. Privilege my ass. You have the privilege of smelling that way so that I always have to move seats. The problem of racism is the problem of whites being racist toward blacks. I'm sorry. Let's read that again. For the cucks out there, the cuck brothers and sisters, they need to come away from the cuck leadership. You need to come away from being a gelded bitch cuck. Because you keep trying to redefine this concept, this anti-white slur, weaponized concept, racist, which is in the minds of hundreds of millions of people around the world. You can't change the definition there. You can't change it where it's literally written into the codes of every national and international company. You can't change it where it's written into law at county, state, and federal institutions and entities around planet Earth. Give it up. Here you have in the class about whiteness, them saying that racism is the problem of whites being racist toward blacks. And what does that mean? We understand from the anti-white narrative as a consequence of the teachings of your hierarchy, by extension, every other non-white race. So they have the angelized black race, and then by extension, every other, and by extension, females. So again, what does whiteness mean? What have we read so far about what whiteness means? So if your content creator is saying that they're for whiteness, I mean, you got to knock them on the head with a 2x4. Gently, of course, because you wouldn't want to knock another brain cell out. That'd leave them with one. What? Jason in that community wants us to use... What? They want us to use Western kind? Well, no, I've got this perfectly good anti-white Jew that wants me to use a concept he created. And while we in the anti-Jew sphere really hate them people on the basis of their birth, we're going to use their words. Damned if I will ever use the words of a white man. Absolute cock losers. God, you make me sick. You really make me sick. If these people were half as intelligent as they say they are, they'd be twice as intelligent as they actually are. Since white supremacy was created by white people, is it not white folks who have the greater responsibility to eradicate it? So there you have the white guilting. There you have the debt, the burden, and the way that this plays out in multifarious ways in our lives. Not one class somewhere. This is a spectrum of mean pathogenic notions that will work its way into your immediate family, your extended family, your family of origin, your family of creation, your workplace, your school place, your friend group, your lodge, the hospital that you're treated at, the recreation that you involve yourself in? I mean, everything. Everything. And you'll find out in a minute when we're looking at the interview of Tommy Robinson by Benny Johnson that he's able to articulate all of the ailments, just not able to articulate how they're remedied. And he's there to give a false sense of security, which is one of the worst things you can do to a people. A false sense of security, a false sense of achievement. One of the worst things you can do to a people or to a person. Sanjani told The Fix, the premise of the course is to understand that race is neither biological nor cultural. It's neither biological nor cultural. However, all the people who are born white never stop to examine how they benefit from all their whiteness. You see this? You see the duplicity? You see the double dealing? You see the sophistry, the speciousness, the deliberate misleading of the audience? It is psychological warfare. He purports that blacks throughout their life constantly question what it is to be black. However, blacks did not invent racism or racial oppression. How can they question if race is not biological and it's, but they somehow they know they're black? So it goes on and on. Make sure you're tagging me as No White Guilt. Amazing, isn't it? That you have people in the white resentment sphere, all of these pro-white, white nationalist content creators who will not use, they absolutely, adamantly will not use the concepts that are working around planet Earth for white people on a personal scale, on a familial scale, on a community scale, on a communal scale, a societal scale. If we're having victories in the family court in Canada and in police departments and at labor unions and at banks and all, if we're having victories in the family and personal achievements for individuals, unlocking and unleashing more and more of their latent physical, mental, and spiritual potential, and they're all talking about it, what's going on in these white power, pro-white, white nationalist leader circles where they refuse to use those concepts, but they will happily use the concepts invented by Jews, a group of people that they hate on the basis of their birth? I think we know there's a lot of jealousy involved there, and there's a lot of payment, like there was at the National Alliance. A lot of payment from anti-white entities. Stay the course, be the villain. You could be like that tard in Australia. Was it Blair? What's his last name? Cottrell? Was he the one that said, well, the money, all the money that poured in from this source, it's a sketchy source, but it doesn't matter because we're going to use it for our Nazi LARPing. Dipshit. That's what they paying for. Let me try to break. That's what they paying for. I'm going to break it down ghetto style because I don't know what it's going to take. That's what they paying for. Unbelievable. But he's not alone. I've talked to people like this in the United States face to face and say shit that dumb. I don't care that it's completely sketchy. I don't care that it's coming from a guy that I'm pretty positive is a Jew. And he wants us to play Nazi because I'm going to use that money for whatever I want. Really? God, the white race is so pathetic. So fucking pathetic. You'll sit over there in the audience. Like I got these people showing up in the thread. Why do you not like Jake? Fuck you. Unsub. I don't like you if you don't like Jake. You're over there watching this Edward Scissorgrift has nothing of value to say. And he's sitting there watching as $100 bills keep flowing in. And he's astonished. It's like, what am I doing? That's all I'm doing is I'm using racial slurs for Jews and blacks. And he's like, oh my God, the follower count went up another 50. It went up another 100 in the past 2 minutes. I mean, how dumb do you got to be? That's what it looks like when shadowy forces behind the scenes have decided you are now the chosen one. Absolutely. So, did you see this? Make sure you tag me as @SimpleNoWhiteGuilt. Kristen is here. Let me turn on the AC here. It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here. Wasn't that a song that was played in clubs years back? Non-white, some black guy. I think it was. Anglo-Saxon NWG is in the house. Kristen, Vincent, hello and welcome. Kristen, let's see. Is that Kristen Ind something or other Fender? Good to see ya. Welcome. Celine is here. Rapunzel is here. Biospirit of the West is here. RNW Foster is here. Neil is here. Franklin is in the house. Mega is here. Who else is here? Brian, John, First Last. Great to see you, brother. The Titan. That's a cool name. Deliverance. Deliverance is a fan of Tommy Robinson. Deep Web is here. User is here. Logan Dawes, good to see ya. Sydney Bin, make sure you're tagging me as @NoWhiteGuilt. Ay. Chari Godfather. Well, here we have Tommy Robinson, of course, and he's going to mention here in this very brief interview where he does almost all the talking. He's verbose. He does almost all the talking that Tommy Robinson isn't his real name. He used this name for fear of the retribution of the anti-white system, which he doesn't call the end. Now we have gotten him to use several of the concepts. He doesn't stick with them for very long, but it's the concepts that are going to liberate our people in the UK. And Tommy can play a huge role in that. Here's the problem. The money behind Tommy might not want him centering the white race. So we'll be able to see as time marches forward, whether or not as our patriots in the UK, our heroes, Westmen, real true champions, are standing up and they're using the lexicon, they're centering our people. We'll see whether or not Tommy gets on board. If Tommy doesn't get on board, then that will reveal for us, this is an easy metric for everybody to be able to follow, that the money behind Tommy doesn't want white people centered. The money behind Tommy might want a lot of other things. The money behind Tommy might want to get rid of Islam in the UK. Might want to just get rid of, might want to reduce the number of Muslims, might want to hamstring the Muslims, might want to muzzle the Muslims. Are they Jewish? The financiers behind Tommy, they have problems with Muslims. They're obviously not going to have they're not going to have a party over Muslims coming to greater and greater financial stability and success and power in the UK and influence in this anti-white environment that is the United Kingdom. So are they not wanting Tommy to center white people? We've seen at the Daily Mail, we've seen Walsh was readily and happily using anti-whiteism all the time. And then suddenly it had to end, almost as though little Benny decided centering white people, not something he wants to do at his platform. So maybe that's happening for Tommy. Maybe they're deciding they don't want whites centered. Now, we've had Walsh say anti-whiteism before, or since, rather, I should say, but just once here or once there. So it clearly has been banned. His speech immediately shifted from one of center white people all the time to talking about other groups. So let's have a listen to what Tommy has to say. And let's hope that as we move forward, that Tommy will take up the concepts and center the white race, even if his financiers don't want him to.
Your prime minister is complicit in this. He covered up and gave warnings to something like 13,000 Muslim rapists. What is your message to Keir Starmer?
Your days are numbered. And look, I don't think so. When you see lots of things happened and lots of things failed here, police failed, government failed. Do you know who else failed? We failed. As a nation, we failed.
All right, let me jump in. Thank God he's saying that. I'm all for the personal accountability, personal responsibility. One thing that's good about that is that it will chase away the do-nothing resenters. As soon as a white person says, no, it's not us, hit the streets, get out. It's us and who is the us, though? We have to ask the question. When he says we failed, who is the we? That's an important question. That's the most important question, isn't it? Who is the we? We need Tommy to define that. Does that include Sikhs who just killed our brother Novak for being white, that Tommy has lauded to the heavens countless times because he's measuring his morality within the anti-white narrative by the anti-white metric, the social morality of Western civilization, the anti-white immoral imperative, so that if he stands up for white people, that's immoral. But if he also stands up for Sikhs, Asian Indians in the northern part of India, then maybe he'll get a little reprieve for ever mentioning white people. That is the anti-white metric. That is the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. So who's the we? He correctly observes that we have failed. The we have failed. So let's see what he says.
Now, we lost morality, we lost faith, we lost culture.
We lost morality, we lost faith. Faith in what? Is that Christianity he's referring to? Faith in ourselves? We've lost culture. What is upstream from all of those things? Does Tommy know? He probably doesn't care to learn from yours truly, but I'm right. Period. What's upstream? The social morality. That's why we still don't know who he's talking about. Is he talking about a creedal we? That we all share the beliefs of the United Kingdom? Or is he talking about Western kind, white people? Who's the we? The reason we've lost all those things is because the social morality of the West became the anti-white immoral imperative. That's the bedrock. That's the bottom to all things. Culture is downstream. Religion is downstream. When it comes to our media is downstream. Entertainment media, news media, education is downstream. Everything is downstream from that. Then when we're talking about the white race, why did we lose faith in ourselves? What is it about that social morality? What does it teach? What is it a product of? What's the narrative that we all live in? It's the anti-white narrative. So you can have, and this is typical of these creedal sort of conservative arguments and approaches, which I hope that Tommy will come away. I know it's been a lot of years and he hasn't, but I really would like him to go white positive and say it like it is. Step away from the civic nationalism that has failed. But you have these very superficial, we have the exact same thing in the United States. These very superficial assessments of family, faith, house, hearth, home, religion, church, whatever it is. And never talking about the actual source of all of that. Why has all of that been ruined? What is the source of it before its ruination? Because that's what needs to be preserved. That's what needs to be discussed. And the poisoning of it, the source of the poisoning, the anti-white narrative, anti-whiteism, the anti-white immoral imperative, the social morality. If you don't get it, it's okay. You haven't been doing this for 33 plus years like yours truly. You haven't been having successes like yours truly. So let's listen some more.
We lost the church. We lost Jesus. We lost our belief. We lost everything, our identity. And that wasn't a mistake.
What part of the identity did you lose? Important question. Lost our identity as what? As creedal Brits? Is that the identity? No, you haven't lost that identity, right? You're still able to be, except I guess so many now say, well, you can't fly the Union Jack anymore. You can't fly St. George's Cross anymore. And so we can't put up a poster of a World War II dogfight anymore and have pride with an English bulldog on it. So I guess maybe, is that what he's talking about? That's the identity? Because that's nothing. That's all nothing. You're not born with any of that shit. Just like I wasn't born with anything Southern or American. This is all stuff the white race creates. You are a product of the spirit of the West at birth. No language, no music, no religion to practice. The religion is the spirit of the West that's inside of us, that creates us, that unites us all on planet Earth. And it's time for Tommy to start talking about the white race this way. It's time for Tommy to start talking about Western kind, that we are a single people with many countries and many more ethnicities, as evidenced by the United Kingdom. So what is the identity that's lost? You can't allow, if you allow people to get up on a soapbox and shout something and you think it means one thing, and you're not clarifying what that means, and he's not clarifying or she's not clarifying what that means, then you might as well follow the Pied Piper all the way down to the Israeli wall so that you can bend over and kiss it and get reamed at the same time.
Church, all these things, what I'd say is a successful left-wing revolution. Open border mass immigration, attack the church, attack the family, feminize the man, weaken the man.
All of these things have happened, not as a left-wing revolution. And it's not, at some point he says, maybe he just said it, 30 years or something. He says, no, all of this is a consequence of the weaknesses in ourselves that create the opportunities for the water of anti-whiteism to run downhill and drown us. It's all because we're not addressing these weaknesses in ourselves. So the weakening of the man, the opening of the borders, all of that is a consequence of the weaknesses in ourselves. This is a misnomer. And if you are going to falsely or wrongly attribute, you're not going to be able to come to a solution. Now, maybe this is his ceiling. This is as good as it gets for him. That's how he can understand the world. Fine, but it's not going to be good enough for us to recapture our destiny.
All these things have happened. Now that left a void, and in that void filled all these barbaric ideas. Yeah, but
it did not leave a void. You notice how superficial this is. How superficial of an appraisal this is. This multifactorial, this multi-causal phenomena of anti-whiteism viewed at a basic bitch level is these things were attacked and removed, and then there's a void, and then other things came in. That's not how the human animal works. That's not how the dynamism of society works. We've been having success here with this kind of understanding of the world. That's how we come to concepts that liberate our people. Again and again and again, countless testimonials in people's lives. It is critically important to understand what actually has taken place. Because if you don't, you're going to base your solutions, or you'll see solutions, you'll see success where there isn't any, or you'll base and create your solutions on the false narrative that you've concluded?
We as a nation, if we had pride, we wouldn't let.
Pride in what? What does pride mean? If we had pride, is he talking about creedal pride? Is he talking about the British bulldog dressed in a Union Jack? Is that what he's talking about? We need to have pride in ourselves as Westmen. That's the most important thing. If we have pride in ourselves as Westmen, and then we are Englishmen, and then we are Scots, and then we are Southerners. If we have pride in ourselves as Westmen, the totality of the West rallies to our defense. I mean, you got to go even beyond. I'm guessing what he means, pride in ourselves. I'm guessing he means creedal pride, civic pride. I'm guessing he means that, but I'm welcome to being corrected on that point. But even if he were meaning ethno pride, well, now you've divided us up even in the United Kingdom. Now you have set the stage for our asses to be mopped off the floor.
Any of this happened as men, we wouldn't let it happen. So we lost ourselves. Yeah, we lost ourselves. Now, what Keir Starmer and what I think people should be looking at Britain and realizing is Britain's been asleep for 30 years.
Britain's been asleep for 30 years. What happened 30 years ago, folks? Tommy Robinson started noticing. So it might have been 25 years ago, it might have been 20 years ago, and then he started noticing and he started getting involved. He started talking to guys older than himself, and they were talking about 10 years earlier or 15 years earlier. And so now he says, from this diminutive position, and this tells me a lot about how he views the world and what the problems are in the world, what the problems are in the UK. It tells me a lot about a benighted understanding of what's actually happening to our people, why we are sick, why we've surrendered, why we're white guilted. 30 years ago, it started. We were just looking, going through our Perspicacious Comments, people talking about anti-white movies from the 30s, 1930s, replete with anti-whiteism. And his time frame is, we went to sleep 30 years ago. Now, this is misattribution. You can't come to the right answers. So what is Tommy actually doing? Is he doing something? Or is he riding something?
Paralyzed through fear. Our leaders, but not just our leaders.
Paralyzed through fear. Wrong. Again, what does that deduction cause you to think? That there is some nefarious cabal, some group somewhere that is doing this to us, rather than we facilitating the victimization and we doing it to ourselves. And outsiders who were brought in by white people also doing it to us. And the name for all of this, as it intersects with our well-being, therefore, is anti-whiteism, anti-white. So no, this is not being done. It's not being done through fear. Fear ends up being a component for loss of job. But how can you lose your job? Was there someone ordering your boss, and then your boss's boss, and your boss's boss, and the owner of the company ordered by some government agency somewhere, and then that person's boss, and then that person's boss, and then that person's boss, and then beyond that elected representative, some shadowy anti-white or whatever it is, financer, all the way down, all of these orders of threats of violence just to get to your fucking job as a bread deliverer of bread. They don't give a shit. That's not how it happens. They are doing it. The boss is doing it. The boss is the anti-white. The workers are the anti-white. How do we get there? Why is that a thing? We explain that in Go Free. That's why we win.
All of us were. When I started, Benny, you've got my name there as Tommy Robinson. Yeah, my name's not Tommy Robinson. My name's Stephen Leonard. But I used a fake name because I was scared.
Did he say my name is Stephen, isn't it? Or is his last name, isn't it? Would somebody say that identifying Israel unites us? It hasn't. So no, we have to focus on ourselves, coming together and objecting to our victimization. That's what unites us. Focusing on others is the reason why we've never been able to unite. There will be friends of Israel. There'll be people who don't care. There'll be people who will be ambivalent. There'll be people who doesn't matter. There'll be people who will have neighbors who were Israelis and they were good people to them. You do not unite us. All right, that's just the way it is. You've got to focus on us and objecting to every white person can object to our victimization.
I wore a mask because I was scared. I didn't want to lose my job. I didn't want to be in that position. So I understand the fear that the public had because I had that fear. I knew they're going to attack you. They're going to want to kill you. I understood the problems of taking on Islam because
the physical violence. You see how clearly and how rapidly this misattribution becomes idiots in groups and idiots online saying we've got to be violent because it was violence. I'm scared of being fired. I'm scared of being attacked in the streets. So it's violence that does it. Do you see exactly what I'm talking about? No, it's not violence that does it. It never was. It was the dinner table when whites in countless numbers were white guilted and gave up. They surrendered the moral high ground. They wouldn't defend ourselves as a people. They spoke badly about other groups of people. And then they were shamed by loved ones. From the low-income housing in the UK all the way up to the people still living in palaces and castles. That's how it happened. All the way down the line, you finally get the enforcement of anti-whiteism. But you see how quickly you go wrong with the misattribution.
born in Luton. I get it. Yeah. What I didn't understand was the British state and the lengths it would go to and the dark side of the British state and how.
Okay, so he was just saying being opposed to Islam. Is that I am for, you are for white well-being. I and you are not opposed to Islam. I and you are for ending our victimization. I and you are for the recapture of our destiny. I and you are for the restoration of our norms in Western civilization. We are not opposed to any religion or group of people unless or until there is an intersection with our well-being that is negative. And then we refer to that as anti-white, not Islam, not Arab, not Jewish, not black, because I could not care less who is harming white children, what they were when they came out of their mother's womb. All that I care about is that they're harming one of our children, because our children are the things with value. Does that, I mean, why is it when you speak to the white race? I mean, I get it. When there are a bunch of Palestinians that show up in these circles, a bunch of Palestinians and Arabs and everything, and they want, and a bunch of mestizos, really. I mean, what's up with that? And they want war waged on Jews and blacks. I get it. You know, for the longest time, we had so many of these Central South American non-whites, mestizos, whatever, in the United States, and they hated blacks. They hated blacks, and there were all these white idiots in the white resentment sphere that we should make allyship years and years back. We should make allies. They hate you too, dipshit. I tried to tell them. I didn't realize until a decade later how much mestizos hate Jews. They really hate Jews. So they show up, and we've caught them dozens of times now with their Central and South American flags on their accounts, either on on YouTube or on X, or they've got it elsewhere, TikTok, Instagram, what have you. But on X, they are the Aryan cloud hopper. And they're like, you're not doing anything for white people unless you're destroying the Jews, says the mestizo without an ounce of white blood in them. The one that always comes to mind is the one that had all of those pictures. He clearly had a fetish for white women. He had zero white blood. He was 100% the Central South American non-white. And his account was full of white females in Nazi attire, scantily dressed, half undressed. And he showed up in our chat as Aryan Cloudhopper or whatever his name was, with a picture of a beautiful man, white man, in a Nazi uniform, saying, oh, you're just a Jew, you're just a Fed, just like some, I'm sure, saying right now in the live chat, because you stand up for white people, because you're focused on white people. You need to be hating the Jews. If you're not hating the Jews, you're a Jew, or you're a Fed, or you're a rabbi, or you're something, whatever. You're a Shabbos goy. All of this garbage. They talk with the Jews' words. And then you go to their account, and they're not even white. Absolute garbage. So he's saying here,
was the British state and the lengths it would go to, and the dark side of the British state, and how corrupted it was. So, but
okay, what's the problem he's making there with that description? It's very typical, very common in all white resentment sphere, either cuck or schmuck or whatever it is, to anthropomorphize entities. You cannot think if your leadership is anthropomorphizing inanimate entities or inanimate objects, dump them. I'm telling you, please, I'm making it as simple as I can for the dumbest in the room. Let me actually define anthropomorphize. If they talk about an entity like the government as though it's a person, dump them. If they talk about an inanimate object as though it's a person with feelings, with motivations, with deception, dump them. They can't think straight. I know that passes for thinking today, but it's not thinking. It's ignorance. It's stupidity. It is rank, squalid stupidity. Do not anthropomorphize. What composes the British government? The dark side, the corruption. What is corruption? The abridgment of our norms, of white norms, not creedal British norms, white well-being, Western kind, Westman norms. That is what corruption is in the West. So what is the dark side? What populates, I'm going to give you a clue, what peoples the entity of the British government? What peoples that entity are the people. And who programmed the people? What programmed? Anti-whites and anti-whiteism. So the people, now you begin to get a grasp of the actual problem. It's not just a party. It's not just a government entity or the totality of the government. It's not just an NGO. It's not just a religious group. It is a social morality, a psychological warfare that has programmed the entities, the beings, the human beings that operate these things. This is why me being here in a 10 by 10 with no money, but people as nearly maybe as intelligent as me, sitting in the palaces for anti-whites are the reason why we lose. Because the anti-whites, the devious, highly intelligent anti-whites that are paid 6 and 7 figures and have fabulous lives, the deep thinkers, the people with actual intelligence, are squaring off against this. I mean, do you have any wonder? This is like you're going to have a chess match, and they have the chess computer that has never lost from the moment it was created. 50 iterations of chess playing computers after the first one that beat a human being. And then on our side, you have a Down syndrome child chasing a butterfly by the table. No wonder. No wonder.
What Keir Starmer's government and what the globalists or the elite, whatever word you want to come to for them, need to understand is that a cultural revolution is happening in Britain. A political revolution is happening.
There we go, right there. This is false hope. There is no cultural revolution. Not a shred of it. Absolutely not a shred of cultural. Why is that? Because what's upstream from culture? Social morality. The social morality hasn't been changed. A great example of it is Tommy himself praising the Sikhs and how great they are for Britain and saying he wants more non-whites to come to the UK. That's evidence that the social morality of the West and therefore the United Kingdom has not changed. So you can't have a cultural revolution. What would be the shift? Well, you're going to want to diminish the presence of some of the white erasure, but you'll tick up some of the other. Maybe you'll bring in more East Asians, more Central Asians, fewer Arabs, fewer Muslims. Is that what you would consider a cultural revolution? There is no cultural revolution. Just like in the United States, you have conservatives everywhere, and we just did the gathering on Robbie, bend me over and rail me Starbuck, and all of the conservatives in this country claiming an enormous victory for the conservatism and a cultural revolution taking place. Except we find out that the anti-whites merely changed the names from DEI to other inclusion and involvement and all these other kinds of things. And the anti-whiteism continued. So there is no cultural revolution. What's actually happening in the United Kingdom is what we see happening in Spain and in Germany, is what we see happening in other parts of the world, of the West. The angst, the fear of the white race. The white race is terrified. The white race is scared enough to get out of its house in increasing numbers and express that fear in marches, express that fear in shouts. And I guarantee you, if you show up with a microphone and you ask these people, you would come across white people that would say things like, oh, the Sikhs, yeah, they're good, mate. The Sikhs are good. Yeah, we should have these programs to familiarize ourselves with all of these other people who live in our society now. And we should make ourselves amenable to their norms, but it's just these certain types over here. Guaranteed. So fear is driving our people into the streets. What is that? That's a great opportunity for change, for actual change. Because when fear motivates our people, that means they're asking, what's going on in the world? What can be done? If we are there for them, which we are in increasing numbers, and we see in Tommy's followers using Western kind, white erasure, anti-whiteism, anti-white, hate hoax, on and on. We see it showing up in increasing numbers. We're there for them. With that fear and the tools that work, we can take back the United Kingdom. We can instantiate, concretize a new social morality, a white positive one that displaces the immoral anti-white imperative. So therefore, everything is weighed by whether or not it's good for us. And in this case, good for us in the UK, and us defined as Western kind. And since we have always been good to non-white people who have been good to us. And the exceptions to that behavior, we've always identified as sick and demented white people. We've never accepted that kind of behavior. Since we've always been good to them, we would say in the UK, as we would say in the United States, oh, you and your family have been here for generations, and you've served in the military, and you're law-abiding. Well, then you obviously are welcomed to continue to be in this country. But know this, there'll be nothing that's anti-white in this country. And if that troubles you, then maybe this country isn't for you. Maybe it was okay for your ancestors who came here when you could be anti-white in this country, but it's not going to be okay anymore because now we have a new white positive social morality. So I hope you enjoy the white positive social morality. I hope you laud it. I hope as we create more holidays to more white people who stood up more often for more white people, I hope you show up and you wave your Union Jack and you love it every minute as much as we're going to love it. And if you do, then you are so welcome to be here. If you don't like it, then maybe you'll like to find someplace else to live, because I imagine it'll be a pretty objectionable place if we're celebrating white people 24/7, which is what we're going to be doing. That is how you recapture the West, ladies and gentlemen. What is Tommy doing? He's another example of so many endless examples of a carnival barker, and I mean that in the politest way, who gets on top of the fear, like and straps a saddle on it and rides the fear, rides the angst. He can decide for himself and the rest of us whether or not he's actually going to become a Westman, a leader of Western kind in the United Kingdom. He'll make that decision. You'll see it come out of his mouth when he starts defining us on the basis of our birth, not on the basis of a set of ideas that anyone can be a Brit if they accept. Bullshit. The Britain, the English, the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh, and you go across the West are not these things because it's a set of ideas that we adopt, an opinion that we take. It is our birds, by way of the Spirit of the West himself, that makes us those things. It is God's grace that makes us those things. So if Tommy wants to be a real leader, then let him acknowledge this. The time is now. Our people are terrified. They're in the streets not because there's a cultural revolution. They're in the streets because they're scared shitless. Do the right thing, Tommy.
People are finding faith. They're finding identity again. Men are becoming strong. Men are meeting. There's a lot happening, Benny, outside of this that I'm watching, and I've waited 15.
Could you imagine he says, men are finding faith, and you're talking about Christianity as anti-white as Christianity is? Could you imagine? Men are finding faith in Christianity as anti-white as Christianity has become. Now, we're not talking about the Christianity of the Crusades. We're not talking about the Christianity of kill them all, let God sort them out. We're talking about the Christianity that has you meek and submissive to women. The Christianity of the Crusades told women to shut their mouths. So when that's happening at a church, and I'm not talking about some pastor online with 15 followers, then we're starting to talk about the white Christianity. So finding faith, that's just like the Christian nationalism. How many waves have we seen in the past several decades of Christian nationalism? Come and go, come and go. Pathetic.
Long bloody years for. Yeah?
Please.
I've waited 15 long years for this moment. And I'm looking at it happening. You mentioned before we had millions on the streets. All of these things, unfortunately for us, as a nation that was asleep, all these things had to happen.
Now, see, again, The nation is not asleep. The nation is anti-white. Our people are anti-white. That's the problem. No, we're not asleep. We're not just not paying attention. We are actively anti-white. We are abiding by anti-white standards. We determine morality or immorality by an anti-white metric.
Like I say in America, you needed Joe Biden for 4 years, yeah, to be able to elect Donald Trump with a mandate where the public support the change that's needed to be brought in, yeah. And we need all this. So Keir Starmer, his days are numbered.
So you see how short-sighted, how myopic it is. You needed Biden to bring in the change. Now, I mean, that's so superficial, reductive, myopic garbage. No.
Nationalism, patriotism, whatever word you want to come to for it, is accelerating. It's a fire that they're not going to be able to put out.
Yes. I'm afraid, yes, they will. They've put it out before, and they'll be able to put it out again. That's anti-whites do that easily, especially if the people continue to be motivated just by fear. It's very easy for a government to do what companies do, what we've all have witnessed Ford do, Victoria's Secret do, Disney do. As soon as people start becoming nervous about a product and they stop buying it because of all the anti-whiteism, the company reels it back a little bit, the people start buying again, and then the anti-whiteism comes back full force. The governments have done this time and again. The people start getting scared and antsy. The government can very easily reel back the anti-whiteism a little bit, and now more than half of your revolution will go home happy. And then the other half can easily be sectarianized. Well, you know, the real problem are the Welsh. If they just wouldn't be so communist. I mean, that's how it works. They get everybody fighting each other, then you all go home, you got nothing. But if you go free, if you use these concepts to identify our victimization and our victimizer, they can't do any of that. Can they? Let's have a look at somebody else who everybody has praised. If you were to name a person in the white resentment sphere that is potentially number one over the years, number one to be the pro-white, white nationalist type, if you were to name one, you would probably say Dr. Pierce of the National Alliance. He got started way back in the day. He was a physicist. He got started way back at the day with another guy who received money from Jews to dance around with swastika banners and in swastika uniforms. You probably know who I'm talking about. And then decided to go do his own thing, wanted to create the Youth Alliance, and then decided to create the National Alliance. And he articulated over the years, Pierce did, that he wanted a community of winners. He thought he had the exact same idea that Eric Orwell, has today, that he immediately gets acclaim for, he immediately gets invited everywhere, he immediately gets reposted and followed for. Build a community, 300 some odd acres, in the middle of all white West Virginia, in the middle of an all white town. And they were of the mind that white people would move out here. They would move to this town. They would move out to this area. They would move on even to that property. And they would create this white-topia in West Virginia, from which they would be able to demand a complete removal of non-white people across the United States. But at the same time, Pierce had this contradictory position. And this was a position that sounded closer to what I was arguing. Let's be the winners. Let's actually be the good white people. Let's be the moral white people. Let's be the upstanding white people. Let's be the champions in our communities, white people. Let's be those white people. Let's not be the garbage anti-Jews out there, which he clearly had contempt for, even while he was anti-Jew himself. The very few times that Pierce said anti-white, I exploded with joy. Yes, keep going that direction. Don't focus on their birth. But then the very next thing he would write, the very next podcast would be back to it's the blacks, it's the Jews garbage. We now know that National Alliance was being financed at various points by the SPLC. Even during the time the SPLC had a case against the National Alliance, money was going from the SPLC to the National Alliance. Now, I don't know. Maybe Pierce was a victim of these dual desires. He knew that the only way white people were going to succeed is if it were actually good, moral, upstanding, productive white people, not the cranks that show up for the anti-Jew garbage. And yet at the same time, he preached endlessly the anti-Jew garbage. So maybe this was a disconnect in his head. Maybe he got kicked by a mule. Maybe he was in a car accident and bounced his head off a dash. I don't know. Or maybe people given money that kept it all afloat, all the big dollars. Maybe those people really liked the anti-Jew and anti-black and anti-Arab stuff and to a lesser degree, the anti-Hispanic stuff. Maybe they really liked that. Maybe every time they cut another check or bag of money, they made sure that Pierce knew we really like the anti-Jew stuff. Well, I argued for years and years that if you were anti-other people, anti-Jew on the basis of their birth, anti-black on the basis of their birth, etc., that your children would come to hate you. And that's exactly what happened. I was argued against in meeting after meeting, party after party after party at conferences, argued against. No. You have no way of knowing. You're only 24. Dr. Pierce was a physicist. He knows what he's doing. Don Black has been in this for 50 years. He knows what he's doing. They know what they're doing. April Gady, she was married to what's his name of the order, Bob Matthews. They know what they're doing, or if not married, in relations. So they all knew what they were doing. You don't know what you're doing. And I said, look, it's simple. For me, at least, with reason, logic, and evidence, I can see that white children have a desire, a biospiritual desire to do good in the world, to be moral, to be on the side of innocence, to be for fairness. And if you rear them in environments where you're always telling them how bad everybody else is, and then they go out into the world and they learn from the rest of the world that there are people like their parents who are corrupt and evil and backward, and then they learn that all of society feels that way about them and all of their resentment and hatred, while society, i.e. anti-whites and anti-whiteism, they just want the good for everybody. They want to be fair to everybody. They want to be moral in every conceivable way. And then those same children meet a good black guy, a good black woman, a good Jewish guy, a good Hispanic woman. They go out in the world and they start meeting these people and they're like, this is not the representation that my parents gave. They turn with a leer back on their parents. I said, you'll see, long before I was observing the children turning on their parents in these circles, long before I saw that happening, I said, you'll see the proof that I'm right by the behavior of the children of these people when they grow up. You'll see the proof that this kind of argumentation and this focus repels good white people. No good normal white person is going to want to have anything to do with it. But every good normal white person is going to be able to link arms with white people saying no more victimization of the white race on the basis of our birth. Everyone will. From the poorest to the richest, from the least talented to the most talented. And they said, Jason, you're wrong. Their children will absolutely not go anti-white. They will not go, but of course they didn't say anti-white. They will not go communist. They will not go a Jew supporter. They will not go Marxist. They will not decide to embrace multiculturalism, they would say, rather than me admonishing them to say multiracialism all the time. They'll take what the Jews give them to say, but never what the white man gives them to say. What ended up happening? They were all wrong. All of them were wrong. And I was right. Even with Dr. Pierce, the one that so many would say is the acme, as good as it gets when it comes to being anti-non-white or pro-white, white nationalist, as good as it gets. If there was a vote taken, they would say, I'm sure the vast majority, his own son hates him. That's what anti-non-white focus does. So who's his son? Kelvin. He's in his 60s now. My life as a hater, the dire warning from a white power leader's son. Driving through a recent morning rain in the mountains of West Virginia, 60-year-old Kelvin Pierce grew nervous as he approached a gate in the middle of a mud-caked dirt road. He had been there before, but that was nearly 20 years ago when the compound beyond the gate headquartered what the FBI concluded was one of the most prolific, powerful white supremacist groups in America, the National Alliance. Don't forget, we just read an article about the SPLC revivifying the National Alliance with articles about how dangerous and how this is the leading entity for the resistance against themselves, against anti-whiteism. Exactly as I've been articulating for decades. Quote, to be honest, I have an awful lot of stuff going through my mind as I was about going up to this property. Pierce, this is the son, Kelvin, confessed to ABC News. His father had purchased, and I can already hear the losers, the white resentment losers out there saying, oh, well, his son went bad. His son, what, any excuse you can imagine. All their sons, all their daughters. Don Black's son not only became anti-white, but became a girl. Nothing, your anti-non-white filth is financed by anti-whites. And 95% of the kids reared in these homes become anti-white. There is no successes whatsoever attributed to you garbage. Zero, it's done, you're dead. Get in your grave and don't come out. Your idea, your ideology, your strategy, your MO all has failed so many times. Shut up, get in the cemetery and never come out. His father had purchased, just like Eric Orwell, 350-acre property, but in this case, 1985, hoping that white Americans would flock to the whites-only enclave, and that property would help kickstart the cleansing of America as he saw it, close quote. From Kelvin Pierce's perspective, William Luther Pierce, the father, and his followers had two goals: to turn all of America into a white-only homeland and to violently overthrow the U.S. government in the name of white nationalism. It's just, there isn't enough failure. Let me read to you a couple other things about Kelvin. So you can find out, this is the boy who lived with his father, grew up with his father. His father divorced the mother of the boy. So he grew up with his father, who lived on this compound. This is supposed to be I can't tell you how many times I've been told, you're not going to be able to accomplish anything. Pierce has done everything. He's done everything. This is how his son turned out. His son. If he can't make his son into a Westman of great noble pedigree, if his strategy makes his son into a vicious anti-white that smears the name of his father, then obviously his approach is shit. God, all of you know exactly what to do. Start yourselves. None of this shit has ever worked. Kelvin Pierce publicly embraced the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and reconciliation, and choosing love over hate. That's what he said. He's rejected his father's white supremacist ideology entirely and actively works against it through personal testimonials, including in his book titled Sins of My Father, as well as public speaking events. You're going to love this one. He gives testimony to county and state governments about how evil the white race is, how evil white nationalism is, and this is what white people do. This, again, is the son of William Luther Pierce. An example of that, one of those testimony that he had given was he offered testimony to the Virginia Commission on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, where he stated, quote, "When you hate other people, you are, in essence, hating yourself. We can choose to hate the other, or we can choose to love the other." Oh, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. That he went from his, almost like Jason, going all the way back, was right in all of these arguments. He went from being taught to hate the other to teaching others to love the other, to love the non-white. Because by inference of his argument, to love the non-white is to love your white self. In interviews with The Guardian, PBS, ABC, and many others, he emphasizes that hate is taught, not innate. You know what? He's right there. White children don't grow up hating other groups of people. They have to be taught to resent and hate them. That's true. And you see the backlash. You see what good it does. That exposure, continuing with Kelvin's words, exposure to diverse peoples and ideas helped me, Kelvin, change. So what did I just tell you? About how they learn all this filth from their parents. Then they go out in society to this anti-white narrative, and their parents and the kind of people, and everybody believes this, are evil, they're haters, they're backward, they want to injure. And that's everything they've heard from their parents. So by God, that's true. And everywhere else wants to love and have harmony. And what do white people naturally want to do? Love, have fairness, have harmony. Fuck's sake. No wonder the anti-whites finance anti-non-white behavior, right? No wonder. All the white kids coming back. Do you remember in the 60s? And they're all coming back and they're like, peace and love. That's natural for us. They've just had it diverted to our victimization. They've had peace and love redefined by anti-whites to mean white oblivion, white victimization, white destruction. Stop turning over your white children to these people, to these animals. Teach them that love and hope and fairness is white well-being. God's sake. God's sake. He says, Kelvin says, individuals can choose better paths through discipline, therapy. Oh, I love that. Therapy. So what is he saying there? He's pathologizing the view of what more broadly, of course, would be white sympathy, but white nationalism, pro-white, etc. He's get therapy if you don't like other people. Or more specifically, get therapy if you care about white people. You know, I'd like to have a conversation with Kelvin. Is it okay to be white positive? Is it okay to object to our victimization? How are you willing to meet me there, Kelvin? Are you willing to say your father was wrong and what your father taught was garbage, but what Jason Kuna teaches is right? Come away from the anti-whiteism. We don't need therapy for caring about our own. Take better paths, he says. Empathize. Empathize with the other rather than our own people. Love the other rather than our own people. This is what from the most intimate environment that Pierce produced. So if he can't have his own house in order, for everybody out there that'll talk about others, like Jordan Peterson, who can't get his own house in order, but he'll lecture you about how to get yours in order, Dr. Pierce has been as much of a bane as Jordan Peterson has. If Pierce, that was the ultimate test for him. If he could not, in that most intimate environment, rear a proud and powerful and moral son, instead he creates this anti-white pig that wants to love the non-white races. It talks about all diversity and anti-whiteism and embracing anti-whiteism. If that's what he produces, then that's what he's done for his entire people. That's what he's done for his memory. Nobody come to me and tell me that they're measuring Go Free by Pierce and they find us wanting. Give me a break. The young men that have been, I have children named after me. He didn't have shit named after him. The young men who have come in contact with Go Free have all improved their lives. They've all become proud Westmen. They all are standing up for Western kind. None of them have become this. None of them have become an anti-white girl after being born a boy. None of them have grown up into their 60s being an anti-white pig, going around and giving testimony at government entities about how they're anti-white now. And if you're anti-white, if you're not anti-white, then you're evil. Increasingly, this white race doesn't deserve me. Increasingly, this white race doesn't deserve this community. What's our final thing that he says here? He views, it says here about Kelvin, his story as a cautionary tale and a message of hope and redemption amid rising extremism. Isn't that an interesting use of words? For us, in service to white well-being, it is love, hope, and redemption. For us, it's love, hope, and redemption. For Kelvin, Dr. Pierce's only son, his only child, it means embracing anti-whiteism. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the strategy put forward by Dr. Pierce and the strategy and focus that we use here, the focus of love, hope, and redemption with a focus on white people and our well-being rather than a focus on non-white people's on the basis of their birth and their ill-being, then you're too fucking dumb. You're too dumb to even deserve life. And I hope you exit it soon, even if it's by your own hand. We're going to take a short break on that. We're going to come back and celebrate victories that they never did at the National Alliance because they never had any.
No White Guilt. What was the name of that channel? Forget his name now. When he said, look,
it is anti-white.
What we need to do is get the phrase anti-white into the discourse. And I'm old enough to remember when that was controversial. Now, Nigel Farage is not only named white people, but he is named the anti-white hatred.
Enough of anti-white prejudice.
Yo, 6 concepts, 1 mission, go free. Align with the archetype, Western kind in the leads, about the mean pathogen, burn it in the flame. From anti-white chains, break out of the game. Go free, go free. White Wellbeing the goal, feel the power unleashed. Go free, go free. Archetype rising, Western kind never sleep. They poison the mind with the anti-white narrative, made us feel guilty for shit we never did. Anti-whiteism spread like a virus in the system. Call it out clean, that's the first step to wisdom. They push white erasure through the border in the screen. Erase the creators, wipe the culture like it's mean. But we see the pattern, Jason Kearney dropped the blueprint. Go free method, now we flipping the script. Anti-white, any mood is trying to do us harm. Anti-whiteism, the whole damn ideology armed. Anti-white narrative, the big lie in your head. Western kind, blood, spirit in the fire we rap. White erasure, they trying to make us disappear. White well-being, that's the vision crystal clear. 6 keys in my hand, I'm a lock in the cage. Mean pathogens dying on every single page. Go free stratagem, archetype alignment protocol. Daily exercises turning weakness to unstoppable. Neutralize the guilt, replace it with precision. Mean curative, sharp, surgical incision. No more apologizing for the civilizations we built. We the sons of giants, bloodlines, golden lions full of might. With the 6 concepts locked, the minds will stay solid. Western kind rising, watch the future get solid. Concepts, 1 mission, go free. Align with the archetype, Western kind in the lead, spot the mean pathogen, burn it in the flame. From anti-white chains, break out of the game. Go free, go free. White well-being the goal, feel the power unleashed. Go free, go free. Archetype rising, Western kind never sleep. This ain't hate, this is health, this is truth, this is love. For our people's future, push comes to shove. Jason Kern gave the map, now we walk in the path. Go free forever, do the math.
The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Get those raucous emojis out. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. 007s. Raucous emojis. Let's start off the swashbuckling announcements today with the one and only Zarathustra. There we have it. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Who else is sick of systemic anti-whiteism? 616 people being exposed to Go Free right there. Big salutes to our brother Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let's keep it going. Boy, we've got that coming up. That's Academic Agent. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. This is Buddy Duddy Full over here on Walsh. It was an anti-white movement at the core. 343. Let's hear it for Buddy Duddy Full, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes for Buddy Duddy Full. Let's keep it going. We got so many victories. Cool Baba J Magic on Sargon of Akkad. 300. Working on 300. Race swapping is an abstraction. This is white erasure. Awesome. Perfectly done by the cool Papa J Magic. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep it going. This is cool Papa J Magic on Think Before You Sleep. Is that what it is? Yes. 100 and no, what? How many is that? 527 exposed to the powerful concepts of Go Free. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for cool Papa J Magic, racking up a huge set of victories this week. Cool Papa J Magic back again this time. Also on Think Before You Sleep, 150 more. No, look at this. That's comments. 2,000 people, ladies and gentlemen, exposed by the cool Papa J Magic to the Go Free Dialogic. Give it up for cool Papa J Magic. What a hero. Let's keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic again, this time on Walsh. 308 people exposed, 41 replies. Give it up for the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. Raucous emojis, please. Raucous emojis, I said. Keep it going for cool Papa J Magic because he's not done. He's up on the, he is astride the scoreboard and the leader line, and he's not leaving. He has 351 more exposed, this time in the audience of Matt Walsh again. The great cool Papa J Magic, swashing like the demigod he is, back again on Walsh again. How many is that? 734 more by the cool Papa J Magic on YouTube this week. Show the man some love. We've got this coming up. We got this. Take a look at this. This is Diplomat of Western Con found this. This is Andre. He says, when anyone says, quote, civil rights, it's just code for anti-white hatred. 530 people exposed to the power of these concepts. Let's give it up for Andre, and a big thank you for Diplomat, for Western Con, for finding and sharing it with us. We got that coming up, my goodness. And we got this coming up, my goodness. We actually have more videos than we have space, like this one coming up. We're going to have to go back. We're going to have to load up while we're live. So many victories right in the videos themselves. Look at this. Unbelievable. Raucous emoji. This is what we did, ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, by way of swashing on Donald Trump Jr., we got his father to say anti-white feeling in the country that cannot be allowed either in his interview. It is our doing, and we continue to do more and more. It is your hard work, the solo activists and the OT activists. You all are making this happen. All salutes, all celebration, all acclaim to all of you who tirelessly, with no payment, do this every single freaking week. Let's keep the gratitude going to Franklin and West and everybody who supplied them with this portion of our victories from this week, just a portion of our victories in promulgating these concepts and arguments that liberate our people, changing the story that our people live in, ladies and gentlemen. That is the psychological warfare that is afoot. And when we win it, we have our destiny back. We also want to thank, talking about Donald Trump Jr. and swashing on that gentleman so that we can get these concepts into the mouth of his father. We have to thank from this week, the Ivan was swashing on Donald Trump Jr. So was for White Wellbeing, the Franklin, the Biospirit of the West, and Justin McDaniel. Give it up for all of these heroes. 07s, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems. When you hear Donald Trump Sr., when you hear the president using more of our lexicon, it is 100% coming from his number one son. And his number one son is getting it from us and our promulgation of these concepts directly to him and his audience, who is repeating it. The Go Free practice to the Go Free praxis. Donald Trump using anti-white feeling in the country is Go Free praxis. And we need to use this until we are dead and beyond, because this legitimizes this concept. This is the ultimate legitimization. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone on your feet for Dallas Malloy. Dallas Malloy, IRL victory, ladies and gentlemen. IRL victory goes to Dallas Malloy, who went into her credit union, her bank, and saw on the website that all the white families had been removed. It was all just non-white families. So she decided immediately to email a message to them and say, this is completely unacceptable. And she centered white people. And what about our representation? I'm a customer of this bank. Why don't I see happy white families on your website? Why was that removed? It makes me feel like we're being excluded. It makes me feel like we're not wanted. And 1 week after receiving that email, white family put back on the website, ladies and gentlemen. Replicable and scalable. That is what GoFree is. And imagine this being done at every business. Imagine it being done across the country. Dallas Malloy, let's get on our feet and show this lady a great debt of gratitude. IRL victory. Let's keep it going. At another bank. How many banks do the cucks or the smucks show up at to share their socio-political notions with? How many banks today? Zero, right? Zero. Not here. We go into the bank. We go everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Antiwhites of X. Antiwhites of X, ladies and gentlemen, went into his library and scored another massive victory. Went up to the teller, said, I'm a customer of this bank, and I would like to share some criticism of what this bank does. And the teller said, okay, sure. We're going to be taking a look at that video shortly. And she said, sure. And he shared with her the anti-white policies and shared with her that he found the anti-white policies where they were striving for their goal of 50% non-white males in leadership, and they've surpassed it. They're at 60-some% non-white males in leadership, and they're still going. And he shared his irritation, how immoral it was with the teller. The teller will tell the other tellers, and those tellers will tell others, and the management will find out about it, ladies and gentlemen. And this is how the world changes. Replicability, scalability. Let's give it up for the anti-whites of X. You'll be seeing that video coming up here shortly. Let's give it up for Sugo. Sugo, ladies and gentlemen, had a victory the other day, an IRL victory. Met a man, and the man had never heard of GoFree. Sent the man GoFree the book, and the man told Sugo, this is the most revolutionary thing I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like GoFree in my life. Never seen. I'm going to give it to my mother. His mother happens to work in government in the United States. Replicability, scalability, give it up for Sugo, ladies and gentlemen. This is how the world changes. Well done, Sugo. This is epic swashing this week. My God, we need fireworks going off. Let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Continues to serve in multiple ways as the general in service to white well-being from the House of Swash. 4 or 5 clips he made of me this week. How many did you retweet? If you are on any platforms and you haven't retweeted him, you can count each one that you didn't retweet as you're a loser. So are you a loser 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? He's making these videos. Why aren't you retweeting them? Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big salutes to this hero. God bless you, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to announce that the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org has created an endowment. On your feet, crowns and gems, ladies and gentlemen, crowns and gems. An endowment has been created at the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, the only entity in service to white people, as the NAACP serves blacks, or ADL serves Jews, and on and on. We are the only one. We now have an endowment. It's been created by the as yet anonymous $2,000+ financial donation to the foundation, matched by the great biospirit of the West. And the purpose of the endowment is to ensure that White Wellbeing Radio, at this point, to ensure that White Wellbeing Radio and the foundation's website continues in perpetuity. More information to come. Let's give it up for this absolutely remarkable development and endowment for white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be more information to come, and some information for you to participate should you like to participate. Let's keep these victories going because we've got them on X. Anti-whites of X, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 20 is good. Actually, can I get 2 10s?
So it says here, had to spell it out for her, but I think she understands now that what her employer is doing is not socially acceptable. We need to make sure these companies know. So this is the video. You can find it on my timeline to watch the whole thing. Facing anti-whiteism. It's one of the exercises you learn to perform by reading the book, the instruction manual for white liberation, ladies and gentlemen. Go free. Let me jump forward. She says, I can't speak. Let's go back. I can't speak on the people or for the people who write this. He says, do you see how this is anti-white? To her. She's like, I mean, I read it. He's got a point out, and he's like, no, this is your company. Look at this. Performance stands at 61.6% at the end of 2023. So when they're telling you all that society's not anti-white, you've got it good. All you got to do is look up. They celebrate the discrimination against us. Give it up for this hero.
You see how that 2 plus 2 equals 4?
So that's my feedback. This is anti-white garbage. Well done. Give it up for anti-whites of X, ladies and gentlemen. We got to keep it rolling. Justin McDaniel come in with this video, which I wanted to share because it's showing up everywhere. I mean, this has got all views combined, absolute a million at least. Somebody can correct me if it's much more than that. I'm being conservative.
They become anti-Christian in the Democratic Party. They become anti-white in the Democratic Party. And what I love about the Democratic Party is whether you're black or white, whether you're a Jew, a Christian, or a person of no faith, the thing about the Republican Party is if you work hard.
Oh, we're going to watch this again because not only does he use anti-white, the vice president of the United States potentially will run for president. Not only does he use anti-white, but he differentiates that from anti-Semitic. Oh, no. Jason, did he really? Yes, he did. You all better be on your desk celebrating. Let's keep it going. Lazy B here. Using our meme, 3,540 people empowered. I don't like the suicidal empathy because white people don't show empathy for white people. So this is incorrect. But the use of the meme, very powerful. Got the website on it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Lazy B. And there's Justin McDaniel, all of our swashing heroes showing up everywhere. Give it up for Biospirit of the West, 1,774 people empowered. This in the audience of Zara Hussein. Give it up for Biospirit of the West, the OT leader. Keep it going for Biospirit of the West, 3,156 empowered by Go Free. This in the audience of Sean Murray. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Lazy B back again. Stop anti-whiteism. We love it. We love it. And she's bringing in 5,000 more exposed to white well-being. Give it up for Lazy B. Give it up for white dudes in the wild, ladies and gentlemen. 6,764 empowered. He's using anti-whiteism here. We got to get rid of that hyphen. It's okay for now. And look at that headline. White people blocked from job seeker schemes. It's been this way forever. Give it up for white dudes in the wild. In the wild means Go Free praxis. That's our practice bouncing back at us and being magnified by our promulgation of it. Let's keep it going. Joshua staying strong. Anti-racist means anti-white. They get away with this slip of the term because they believe words are spells. In this regard, they are correct. Oh my, this is more than anything. Joshua's got it right. 1,000, almost 500 people. There's the great Robert showing up underneath. 1,500 people. It's climbing. And he's absolutely right. Words are spells. They are magic. And we teach you the white magic of white well-being. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, for none other than for white well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in here Top comment, highlighted comment by this channel, The Spectator. I'm sorry, what? The Spectator gave for a guy with a name for White Wellbeing. The account called The Spectator gives him the highlighted comment, 131 exposed. The great, give it up for White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. He writes, racist is an anti-white slur, nothing else. Give it up for this brother. A vicious anti-white slur for white well-being. We're trying to find, folks, we have been doing dirty so many in the sphere, so many in our white positive sphere, because they don't tell us, maybe they don't want to be celebrated, but we can't find everybody's victories. We do our damnedest. Nobody's being paid here. We do our damnedest. So we do people, who knows how many victories for white well-being has had like this, how many people he's influenced over the years since he's shown up, making immediately, he came in with these astonishing videos that everybody gets fired up, they're crying, they're excited, they're laughing and everything. Guys, couldn't be more of a superhero. Give it up. And now also, Biospirit of the West, almost 4,000 people empowered here. I love this. SPLC are anti-white villains, bar none. And it says here in the meme, God, I love this. We pay people to play the villains in the anti-white narrative. Yes, yes, yes. 4,000 people empowered in the audience of New York Post. We got to keep it going. Joshua is back again, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua's back again, rocking it out of the park. Anti-whites he's using. 3,500 climbing. There's the great Robert swashing again. Give it up for Joshua. Praxis, Go Free Praxis, bouncing back at us because of our Go Free practice. Let's keep it going for ye old European. 1,300 and climbing. Masterfully done. Look at Western kind. White erasure is just the erasure of Western kind, but also of our history and culture. That is perfectly articulated. That is our argument to a T. That is the dialectic to a T. Give it up for Yeo European. And this is in the audience of Dries van Longenhova. We would love him to take up the lexicon. Vertigo Politics even getting in on this. Did he use white erasure? Vertigo Politics, ladies and gentlemen, exposing over 6,000 people to the concept white erasure. Let's give it up for Vertigo Politics. We got to keep it going. The Lady of Shall Not is in this week again. Beautiful meme of our brother Henry Novak using anti-whiteism. Look at that right there. Almost 3,000 empowered in the audience of Young Bob. Give it up for the Lady of Shall Not. The Robert is back. 4,267 of this champion swashing. Love the meme in the audience of Matt Walsh. Give it up for Robert, ladies and gentlemen. Hensalat. That's Professor Hensalat. 1,500 and climbing. And there's Biospirit of the West coming into support. Putting my ear to the ground for the stampede of feminists. Not coming. They don't give a damn because feminism is just anti-whiteism. Give it up for Professor Hans, ladies and gentlemen. This 1,500 empowered in the audience of Rupert Lowe. Robert's back again. 11.7. So 12,000 people from this post alone by the great Robert in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Give it up for Robert. Swashbuckling Commander. Cardia Nebula, ladies and gentlemen. I said Cardia Nebula. How many crowns can you get up on the screen? 88,000 this week empowered by Cardia Nebula. By the Go Free Dialogic in the audience of Rolf GPT, ROFL GPT. Give it up for Cardia Nebula, my God. Lazi B back again, using our meme, using anti-whites, anti-white, white traitors. She's writing up there. 5,241. Give it up for Lazi B. Exposed. Give it up for Diplomat 4, Western Kind. This guy is, and this is another champion. This guy shows up he's in the trenches. He's in the digital trenches. He's rocking it out of the park like he's fucking Babe Ruth, I'm telling you. Like he's fucking Jack Dempsey. He's laying people flat in the ring. Give it up for Diplomat for Western Kind as well. And Lazi B. Let's keep it going. Joseph McDaniel. 2,600 in power with the lexical dialectical power of Go Free in the audience of Rupert Lowe MP. Justin McDaniel, a scoreboard favorite, back again. 10,000+ more. The scoreboard is his home, says Justin McDaniel. 10,000+ more souls saved in the audience of Rupert Lowe MB. Let's keep it going. Tree Godfather this week gets into the fight. 1,000 here in his original post. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. No amount of compliance with anti-whiteism will spare you from anti-whiteism. They don't want your complaint. They want you dead. Start taking your own side, Westman. Amen for the Tree Godfather. That is a Godfather you can have and follow. 6,787 going, a soul save going to the Lady of Shall Not. Once again, end anti-whiteism. Hashtag she is saving these in the audience of Kangman Lee. Give it up for the Lady of Shall Not on the border. Second time. Biospirit of the West. Back again. 1,226 souls saved. This time in the audience of Matt Van Swole. We got to keep it rolling, boy. We're not going to play it, but we have Ramsey Paul here using anti-white as he's talking about schools and how they're anti-white. Give it up for Ramsey Paul, ladies and gentlemen, using anti-white in his video there. Give it up for National Conservative Praxis from the practice. Go Free Praxis from the Go Free Practice. Talking with the focus here on the anti-white attacks, ladies and gentlemen. And that is nearly 7,000 in the wild in the audience of Keir Starmer. From the practice to the praxis. Our path to redemption. Biospirit of the West cannot be stopped. 6,345 soul saved. Excellent memeage right there in the audience of Narinder Kaur. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Dandy Westman, ladies and gentlemen. Dandy Westman, 4,000+ souls. Thank you, Asmagol, for using your platform as a megaphone for Rupert Lowe's inquiry exposing anti-white rape gangs and how horrific anti-whiteism is in Britain. Give it up for Dandy Westman. This in the audience of Rupert Lowe MP, our champions of the House of Swash. We can't, unstoppable. Biospirit of the West, he's back again, folks. 3,000+ more exposed to the concepts and arguments that liberate our people. This time in the audience, I love that meme, in the audience of GT. Give it up for Biospirit of the West again. And then Biospirit of the West, we're going to end on Biospirit of the West here with another one. 3,000 more souls liberated. Look at this beautiful, look at the little kitty in it. I love it. It's so powerful. And this in the audience of Hassanabi Productions meme account. Give it up for Biospirit. We are everywhere for the love of God. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. You know Academic Agent. He was there for us the other day. He got interviewed by Blonde in the Belly of the Beast. He incorrectly attributes, I think it is, White Lives Matter to us, probably because he's heard me heard you talk about it so much. But he gets the anti-whites right. In this interview, he brings us up again. This guy is an absolute stud. He's the how many guys do we see actually nowadays giving credit where credit is due? There are few out there. Academic Agent actually giving credit where credit is due. I want nothing but sheer love. Let's give hearts to Academic Agent, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to listen to this, and then I also want you to tell me, if you have to, when we're done here, how do you think Blonde in the Belly of the Beast received the news, the credit that he gave to her?
Nigel Farage gave something that he said, I'm going to give an address to the nation.
I heard it.
And in that address, he used the phrase White Lives Matter, which was a big win for, do you remember No White Guilt back in the day?
I do.
I think he's still around, actually. He commented on that video. Jason, that was his phrase all the way back in the day. He used that phrase. He said, he used the phrase anti-white, and he said that there needs to be pure cold rage. So obviously there has been some violence since then, and Tommy and the lads went down there, which is usually what happens with these sorts of things. And now there's
So let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Academic Agent in interview where I would never be invited even though we've been cordial, me and Rebecca. And there he is giving us credit. How do you think she received the news of no white guilt and this community getting credit with the words coming out of Farage's mouth and the words therefore coming out of Rupert Lowe's mouth? I remember, I'm old enough to remember when the no white guilt guy, it was controversial when he was arguing to do these things, and here they've come to fruition. I will buy this man an absolute home meal. We could disagree on everything else in the world, but I am going to honor somebody. I give due respect to people, even if I don't like them, when they do the manly thing, the honorable thing. This is the kind of attitude I could meet on a battlefield and have full respect for the guy I had to square off against. So it doesn't matter if he agrees or disagrees with anything else. On this alone, that he's going to be a stand-up guy and give credit where credit is due. Big salutes 07s to this champion. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, because now and that, by the way, this clip, 20,000 views of people seeing this and what Academic Agent had to say. I don't know, where does he live in the world? I will go and buy him dinner. We have next up on our list is I've had it Welch, 161,000 people seeing this. Pay attention to our stories concepts being inverted now by the anti-whites.
And then here's the last clip of Little Smokey Eye Sociopath's appearance on The View when asked about erasing Black history.
Oh. Yes, exactly. Celebrate, folks. 161,000. Let's keep it going to This Might Be Risky. 6,000 views for this one.
Name me one person who name me one conservative male or conservative anything that pushes Black positivity, because they do exist. You just gotta go find it. Matter of fact, the only one I could think.
What? I have told everybody for so many years, this is exactly what we'll do. And now all these years later, this is exactly what we did. Holy shit. Big celebration.
Go right now is him. So you do the opposite. I answered your question, answer mine. Give me the Black conservative that promotes Black positivity.
Yeah.
And is looking for that.
Oh my God. 6,000 views there. Let's head on over to Richard the Fourth. Two videos here. The first one's got 27,000 views.
Trump and Vance have been sounding out all about Henry Novak and talking about two-tier policing, the end of civilization. They do this, the American government, and though I agree with them, obviously, in this instance, I think they do it to take the focus away from America, where anti-whiteism is absolutely rife as well.
Yes. They're talking about two-tier to take the attention away from anti-whiteism. I have no idea who Richard the Fourth is, but he's obviously awesome as hell. He's obviously based as hell. Exactly. Big salutes. 27,000. Here's another one from Richard the Fourth with 13,000. And make sure you give thanks to Franklin for collecting these.
Will be the battle between left and right. It's kind of an international European nationalism, a pan-Europeanism, versus liberal leftist universalism, which in a sense used to be kind of class-based Marxism, but now it's kind of just morphed into this kind of generic anti-whiteism, really, of all of the groups. You could say that might be one reason why identitarian messaging is being allowed on social media now, is to allow that voice to grow, and then they can turn around, probably once Trump has gone, and they'll hit it hard with the, oh, look, the evil whites are getting funny ideas again. We all need to unite against them, you know.
Oh, this guy is awesome. Show that guy some love. Big love to this guy. Big love to this guy. Let's keep it going. We have D-Day Cobra. 17,000 views up next.
Tell your three little kids, your brother's in prison because he's a dumbass and he stabbed someone.
Well, but the unfortunate truth is that's not what they will tell the family, the younger kids or whatever. What they will tell them is that racist white people didn't give him a fair trial. and that the system was against him. So they will essentially put that poison into the minds of younger black kids, and then those kids will grow up with this anti-white narrative based on a lie, and it will just continue the cycle. That
I love the Cobra Cast now. The anti-white narrative. They all told me it could never be done. And every single week we are doing this. Every single week. They all said, all these other leaders said none of it could ever be done. The anti-white narrative. Oh my God, I love it. Next up is Pickles. And I literally have to load these while we are celebrating, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Pickles.
I can tell you this. I did a career in the military.
Now watch this. The interesting thing about this is the consternation that you see on this Pickles guy's face when he hears our concepts, because he's anti-white.
Right. I started out as an E1, made my way up through the ranks, become a commissioned officer afterwards, and did that for many years. And I can tell you, I never really had issues with race or anything like that. Of course, you got issues, with, like two soldiers getting into it or something like that, or, or like cliques or whatever, but no real racial issues until Biden got in and started pushing this DEI anti-white narrative.
The DEI anti-white narrative. Obviously, this guy coming in, he's on this call with this anti-white Pickles here, and this guy's got total consternation on his face. When he hears it, he's like, what? He's trying to smile it off. Oh my God, that's the power, ladies and gentlemen. And that was seen by 13,000 people. Now we have coming up just two more. We have Ian Carroll.
That is not just that. Can we make the Jew hater famous and make him permanently unemployable? Please retweet to every employer in America. USA does not tolerate anti-Semitism. Straight from Leo Terrell, who is the chair of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism. We don't have a task force in America to combat anti-whiteism or anti-blackism or anti-Hispanicism or anti-Christianism or even anti-Americanism, if you think about it. No, we just have a task force to combat anti-Semitism, which is
Ian Carroll, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, another example of somebody who would almost assuredly never have anything to do with me. We can influence the language and the language they use, and we have and are and continue to influence the language they use to the benefit of white well-being. There will be white well-being task force in the governments of the West as soon as the social morality is changed with the concepts that we wield here. My God, ladies and gentlemen, that was seen by 138,000 people. And we've got one more, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back to J.D. Vance on another example of that same speech that he was giving. On this one, 135,000 views. I want you to relish this and really drink in the fact that he distinguishes between whites and Jews.
Women playing in women's sports. They want men to play in women's sports, the craziest thing. They become anti-Semitic in the Democratic Party. They become anti-Christian in the Democratic Party. They become anti-white in the Democratic Party. And what I love about the Republican Party is whether you're black or white, whether you're a Jew, a Christian, or a person of no faith, the thing about the Republican Party is that if you work hard, you play by the rules, and you love this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing it. You are doing it. The world is changing. The way our victimization is discussed is changing in a way that benefits us because of the work that we are doing. Celebrate yourselves. We'll be right back.
He is known as the true Westman because of his incredible intellect, and he mogs all 8 billion people on Earth.
anti-white black supremacist Joy Reid was on the news today.
When will anti-whites be held accountable?
All left-leaning political views, all wokeism is rooted in anti-whiteism.
And it's anti-whiteism derived from white guilt.
But don't fucking tell me that there isn't an anti-white narrative going on in society, because there is, and there has been since the day I was fucking born.
What I would say is that's anti-whiteism. The same way you got Islamophobia or racism, that's anti-whiteism.
This is the essence of anti-white hatred, and that's what it is. And we're going to stop using the word racist.
White people are finally waking up and not afraid to call out anti-whiteism.
You should reframe it so that they're being accused of anti-whiteism, and they're the villain. Exactly.
Well, you probably buy into the whole white erasure thing.
Yeah, but also
Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left wing. The anti-white Charlotte in North Carolina stabbing.
Anti-white racism is still racism. And guess who's...
I don't like that line. It's called anti-whiteism.
All right, let's continue the celebration. Let's keep it going for Dude Bro Moment. $50, ladies and gentlemen, from Dude to the great Dude Bro Moment. He's here. He's always here. Great swashbuckling mastermind. $50, he writes, for White Wellbeing. Corey is with us today, ladies and gentlemen. The great Corey. Double shift. Corey in the house. $50 as well. Working man champion. Go free is essential to fatherhood for all Westmen. Amen to that. It is essential to fatherhood. If you are not, as a white man and father, not empowering yourself with Go Free and then teaching that to your children, you are no father. You are no man. Give it up for Corey. $50 as well. Both of these champions have spoken. Dude Bro Moment and Corey. Give it up for our man, ladies and gentlemen. Our man coming in today, $25, looking gorgeous. Big salutes to you, my brother. He says, Go Free. Thank you so very much, champion. Go Free. Let me see if we have any others to celebrate. And we'll come back. We'll get to everybody's. Thank you to these champions for their financial gifts. We'll get to all of your comments where you've tagged me. Remember, @ no white guilt. I see Creator for Your Lies has tagged me. We'll come back to you, brother, and we'll take a look at what you have. All right. Let's also give a thank you to Weldon. Walked into the House of Swash with a $5 bill and says, God bless. God bless you, Weldon. This guy's the Energizer Bunny. He's totally dependable. God bless. We also have Yes the Unifier. Weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. $5 bill. She walks. Her and Weldon came in together. Great to see you both. Wonderful champions. I think we might have. Yes, we do. Let's break out the celebration for Holdman, ladies and gentlemen. Holdman. Raucous emojis. 07. Crowns and Gems. $30 today on this glorious Father's Day. It was beautiful weather. You missed it if you were not in the once great state of Virginia. It was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. Holdman, and he writes with his $30 for White Wellbeing. He says for White Wellbeing. Give it up for Holdman. What a true champion. God bless you, brother. Great to see you over there. Let's keep this rolling. The thaumatological mailbag was empty today, so we don't have anything there to take a look at. But the thaumatological mailbag, you can find the address on nowhiteguilt.org. How are you feeling after these victories? What did you think about Rebecca, blonde in the belly of the beast? When Academic Agent gave credit to me and therefore all of you, how did her face look to you? Anybody? I mean, I don't know. I would think that if that if Academic Agent had gone on as her guest and said, hey, Nigel Farage said X, and that's something that Nick Fuentes did, do you think she would be completely impassive? Or do you think she would say, well, that's awesome, of course? Now, she's been attacked relentlessly by the Groypers when she deviated slightly from them, but maybe she would still. Or what if it was one of the others? Jared Taylor. What if Academic Agent said, you know what, Nigel Farage said X, and I remember when Jared Taylor was saying X, and it was super controversial in the movement. Nobody wanted to agree with him. But now Nigel Farage is saying, do you think that Rebecca would be like impassive? Or do you think she would be like, Jared Taylor is such a gem. Thank God he's on our side. Thank God. Thank God, Jared Taylor. This is not how she talks, but in this moment she is. Thank God that Jared Taylor is on our side. Thank God. Can I get another pack of Piedmonts? Thank God that he's on our side because he's changing the world, Jared Taylor. Thank God. He's changing the world. I mean, Nigel Farage, that's a big person to influence. How much do you want to bet? I'm just, Or do you think total impassive? Yeah, I know who it is. Continue. Oh, yeah, I know who it is. Yeah, I know who it is. Yeah, I know the guy. Continue. Influenced a head of state, a worldwide known political figure, Nigel Farage. Maybe you've heard of him. You think that we get kind of yay for our team, right? We're supposedly on the same team, right? To end the victimization of white people. So yay for our team. Wouldn't that elicit that? Shouldn't it? But it didn't, did it? It's kind of like, no. I know the guy. Yeah, continue. Know the guy. Yeah, continue. Talk about something else. Yeah, I know the guy. Continue. Is that what you got from it? That's kind of what I got from it. I definitely believe, I would put money down that if he had been talking about Jared Taylor influencing Nigel Farage, Jared Taylor's words influencing Nigel Farage, she would have been absolutely effusive with adoration for Mr. Taylor. But when it comes to me in this community, it's like, I know and I've always been good to her. I've always been nice. And so that's the cold response from the good relationship. That's the cold response from the good relationship. Wow. You know what's interesting? With years and years of many things that are interesting. Tag me with No White Guilt if you think you have some insight on Rebecca Blonde and the Belly of the Beast. Years and years I've been talking now about the white sympathetic sphere as anti-non-white, and I get everything right that I mention. And now, of course, we're articulating them more accurately as a white resentment sphere. You would think that if anti-whites really were afraid, if they really thought people being anti-non-white, as my crowd continues, I can hear my crowd, they're just cheering me on, and all of the donations. You would think that they would reach out to me, don't you? They would be like, please tell us more. We're very afraid of the anti-non-whites. And it seems like you are really at odds with them now. There seems to be some bad blood. So tell us more. We'd like to know. And they don't reach out at all. Wonder why that is. Could it be because they want them to look like that? That they're no threat? Of course, yes. That's why they pay them to be that way. So the question was merely academic. Oh, yeah, I know who he is. Just change the subject. Yeah, I know who he is. Change the subject. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, so Jessica, yeah, I know who he is. Just keep talking. Change the subject. What? Jared Taylor influenced the language of Nigel Farage, a public figure known around the world? Rem is here. I think, used to come around back in the day, right? Apophis is here. Hello. Joe is with us. Good to see you, brother. Janitor says, cold, white woman, selfish, white men. Yes. So very true, my brother. So very true. We have our lesson of the day, which we are going to get to, and some announcements. And we also have Meet the Man who created Juneteenth flag. Maybe we'll dip into that very briefly. Let me see what you all are saying, though. Problematic Biospirits in the house. Great to see you. Hyperborean Dream. Craig is here. Archangel is here. Craig says, should Father's Day be Western Father's Day, or should we create an additional holiday being Western white fathers? Well, I mean, it's ours. So just celebrate it as, you know, in any art or poetry or music that we're going to create, it's going to be about our fathers. But I see what you're saying there. Masumik is here. Hyperborean Dreams says, Rebecca looked perplexed. Oh, that's yes. Yes, I think that was part of the how do I respond? I don't want to give credit to this guy, this no white guilt guy. How do I respond to this? That's probably where the perplexity came from. Don't want to give credit to that community. Peppy the Wanderer is here. Good to see you. Shannon Alaba is here. Good to see you. Julian Westman is here. These are really great examples of people using our framework, writes here Craig. They are even getting more and more descriptive and a matter of fact about it. Yes. Yes. Just like we talked about when it came for designated driver. My God. How could a guy in a community be so right? This is, and then you have, how could we be so right? And there's one guy that has enough character to say, yeah, I remember the community that was arguing this when it was controversial. Nobody wanted to agree with him. Everybody battled him. Maybe that's part of the problem, because now so many of these resentment, these white resenters, they want to take credit for things that they told us not to use and would never work. And so now when Academic Agent has some class, he's like, oh yeah, I remember that. They're like, oh yeah, just keep moving. Keep moving. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something else. You have athlete's foot. You want to talk about that? We'll talk about anything. Let's not talk about the no white guilt guy. Don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about all these years of him fighting the people in my white resentment sphere to either put up or shut up when it came to white well-being. Don't want to talk about him. Let's talk about athlete's foot. Thank you all for celebrating. It's amazing. It is truly astonishing and amazing. Let's see what else we have here. Craig says it's cool and fun ripping the anti-white narrative to shreds on channels and watching other people do the same. Oh, yeah. Dan is with us. Good to see you, brother. The Ivan is here. The Ivan of horribleness has joined us. Probably here from before we started. Help Your Own is here. Hello and welcome to you. Davey is here. Azimuth Clark. Problematic Biospirit. Yes, yes. Emerald is here. R.N. Foster. Yes. Who else? Great to see you all. Thank you all for coming over. You have to swim against the current. But then again, everybody who achieves anything great has to swim against the current. Let's check over here. Creative for Your Lies has tagged me. The conservatives are cowards and won't ever leave the anti-white narrative. The schmucks don't care about whites or even hate whites when they show their true colors. 100% dead on accurate. The term reverse racism easily proves the term racist is just an anti-white slur, precisely. As though they're reversing racism by victimizing us in every way they can imagine. And very well written. And you can find that meme pathogenic concept, reverse racism, used in every conservative Republican circle. So those same cucks, just think about how brain dead these Aunt B's are of both sexes. They sit around telling you that racist can be anybody, and then they use reverse racism. Think about a special short bus kind of a person that you're talking with. Racist can mean anything, but we got to combat the reverse racism. That's not fair either. All right. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. We got some announcements we're going to hit up right now, ladies and gentlemen. The first one is not so happy. I want you to get your prayers and your positive energy together for First Last, whose brother-in-law just passed away. He was struggling. I'm not going to say unless he wants to say the ailment. It's just personal. It's nothing shocking or anything. It's one of those ones that everybody seems to have. But he was suffering, and it just took the life right out of him. And now First Last and his family and his loved ones are grieving. So please send some positivity and some prayers to ease the pain and to help First Last brother-in-law transition into the afterlife. God bless you, brother. We really feel for you. Fortunately, recently, First Last was able to spend a little bit of time with him. And I know that is means the world. So God bless you, and prayers and positive energy for our brother, First Last. And now, where there is the cycle of life, everything that has a beginning has an ending. We find that there is a beginning. And I received a message out of the blue from a woman that you occasionally saw in our live chat. Her name is Lacey LaCroix, and maybe you remember her. She was here every now and again, and she wrote out of sheer pride that she is pregnant with a son of the West. And she just wanted us to know. So let's get some prayers and positive energy for the birth of this son of the West, for his mother, and certainly birthing day, that everything goes well and that he is going. I wrote back, I said, we'll celebrate you, but you have to rear this son of the West, inoculating him with the Go Free dialogue. She said, I absolutely will. So she's going to inoculate him. This is going to be a champion son of the West. And let's welcome him to the world. Another baby. The cycle of life continues. And with a birth comes a birthday, as you know. And we are going to celebrate right now, Raucous emojis, 007s, crowns and gems for two young ladies in this community who have recently had a birthday. The first one is Grace, and the second one is Mrs. Fornall. Let's hear it for both of these ladies who have recently had a birthday. Grace Rapunzel, where is she in the live chat? She's here. And Mrs. Fornall. Both of these ladies have had a birthday, and they are, I'm sure, a year younger than they were the previous year, because that's how it happens for ladies. Once they become 07s. Let's get the ladies some birthday cake. Can we get some birthday cake emojis in the live chat? Where is she? I don't think Mrs. Fornall is not likely to be here exactly at this moment, but Cockatoo is. Yes, the happy birthdays are coming. Yes, what a beautiful thing. Those are our announcements today, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about the circle of life. It's really something. Let's take a look at, very quickly, so we can actually do it this week, our lesson of the day, which is never defend against anti-white attacks. This is page 164. And we got these lovely, oh my gosh, Dallas sent these. They're fantastic. Bookmark. This is page 164, second edition, iteration 2 of Go Free, the book that is liberating Western kind. It may surprise you, but one of the most important lessons you have to learn is to never defend yourself against anti-white verbal attacks. Obviously, if you're being physically assaulted, you want to address that. We live in a world dominated by anti-whites and anti-white social dictates. This creates a significant advantage for anti-whites in every debate. Think about how I was breaking down everything that Tommy Robinson was talking about. This creates a significant advantage for anti-whites in every debate. The anti-white narrative and environment in which we live forces debate to begin from anti-white baselines. Anti-white professionals from a host of disciplines related to persuasion have continued to arm anti-whites with an arsenal of weaponized words and deceptive argumentation tactics designed to force their victims onto the defensive. These include anti-white slurs like racist, supremacist, fascist, equivalence fallacies, per capita fallacies, appeals to emotion, non sequiturs, exceptional cases, ad hominem attacks, etc. So all of this you're up against. And what do we know here? Who's your first opponent? The unenlightened will say the person you're having a discussion with. No. Your first opponent is yourself, is your subconscious mind. However, the greatest adversary you face when verbally attacked by an anti-white is yourself, your own MP infections. When you try to answer a deceptive anti-white argument, your subconscious mind drowns your conscious mind with the same deceptive MPs that the anti-white is using to attack you. Each of these MPs cripples your conscious mind with their associated interpretive mandates. Remember what those are, right? The interpretive mandates, how you feel about those who are anti-white, those who oppose anti-whiteism, what you know about them, interpretive mandates. It's one of the most powerful aspects of anti-whiteism, the interpretive mandates. And they are most powerfully delivered in and by way of entertainment. A loser has shown up in the live chat. Anti-white as all get out. The guy who cares about white people and is saving. He's got success. He's got successes. He has a successful strategy for white people, and it looks like he has people. What was it now? Trapped on his property. The rest of the sentence that he didn't type is, "Please trap me. Please trap me. I hope this guy traps me. Please, I hope he says something that makes me better visualize how he might trap me and abuse me. Beat me, Jason. Beat me." Yes, once again, the spankler wants to get spanked. Wonder why his name is the Spankler. Spank me, Jason. Oh, spank me. You guys with your fetishes about yours truly. All of them, they're showing up. They're like, "Please be a rabbi so you can do sexual rabbi things to me." All of it. It's just endless. It's endless. And they're looking at my lips. Oh, they're like, "Look at how big his lips are." Just look at them. They have it like zoomed all the way in on my mouth. Just look at his lips. His lips are so full. They're so big and full. Look at his philtrum. Look how big his philtrum. You know what they say? Big philtrum, big, you know. Look at what they say. This is what always the spankler knows. This guy looks like I hope he will cuff and stuff me. I hope he is a cop, like they say. I hope he is, so he can cuff and stuff me. Stuff me. You know what I mean? This is all of their thinking. And they're all dirty and unshaved. And look at all the ones we've tracked down. They're all like dirty. They live in squalor. They've got like a blow-up doll in the corner that they had a relationship fight with. They stabbed it a couple times with a pen. They're like, please, Jason. Please, will you please? Oh, so Pappy the Wanderer is even talking. This is why Rebecca is of the mind of her audience. So one of the members of her audience under that video where Academic Agent is giving us credit says attacks my character and reputation again. And that is in the lamest way possible. Please, Jason, please abduct. I hope he's an abductor. Because if he's an abductor, that means he could abduct me. And if he abducted me, I hope he has leather. I hope he has. Is he a police officer? I'm going to write he's a police officer in the chat. Do you think maybe he'll signal something? That he's maybe willing to tie me up? Golly. You know, they tells you everything you need to know. These idiots online, the ones that are real, the ones that aren't bots, will show up for an Edward Scissorgriff, Jake Moron, and they'll push a guy who's totally degenerate looking. A degenerate dirtbag in there, like, yeah, leader of, and now right beside clicking follow to him, I will click follow on this very royal looking King Arthur image. This King Arthur image, and everybody is pristine, and they all are in shining metal, and everybody is well kept, groomed, and it's all royal. But the follower, the guy I identify with, is the one who wears white makeup on his face and black lipstick and has tattoos all over his body. That's the one that and King Arthur, they're the same thing. That's what I'm going to pick. That's what you're with. And then they see a guy come on, shirt's pressed, tie is beautifully done, clean shaven, well-spoken, an athlete. And they're like, fed. Oh, been here. Evidence of being here for 3.5 decades. So, and teaching you all this so that you can win in your lives. All right. Each of these MPs cripples your conscious mind with their associated interpretive mandates, emotions that condemn you as immoral for opposing anti-white positions, emotions that also define your anti-white attacker as moral. Imagine trying to if you were to relate this to a physical scenario, it would be like the moment you get into a physical altercation with someone, your own brain shoves your hands in your pockets, but only after tying your shoes together, and then shoves your hands in your pockets. That's what your brain does. Now, fist fight. This is why it's so important to address the meme pathogenic infection in the brain. Recall that your conscious mind is like a slow biplane, while your subconscious is the supersonic jet. As a result, the MPs you are infected with ambush every conscious response you try to formulate. If you are honest with yourself, you will admit that you have struggled to formulate responses to anti-white verbal attacks. You will recall witnessing the pained expressions on the faces of others who have tried to formulate responses to their anti-white attackers. All right, so we are never defending against anti-white attacks. How much more do we have of this as we are running out of time? We might have to have a part 2. We might have to have, I see some folks have shown up. Jay Bishop, White Positive are both in the house. Who else did I just see? Is it Lala Boards? Lala Boards is here. Oh my goodness. 007s for John Lelane. An actual celebrity is with us in the house. Brother, you got to go to we don't have super chats. They, of course, took that away from me. Many. They actually took it away twice. But if you wanted to financially gift, you can head down in the description and you'll find the app that permits cash. And if you have that app, you'll be able to very easily gift. But then there's also Subscribestar is there and Rumble as another option. But wow, a celebrity is in a genuine, a real deal. Great to see you. All right. White Positive says, in the White House, baby. White Positive House. Exactly. We'll change the name. When you are verbally attacked, your conscious mind clumsily fumbles from one ambush thought to the next, while your anti-white attacker smugly gloats over you. We've all experienced this, and we've all seen white people experience this. When, for example, an anti-white implies or calls you an anti-white slur, such as bigot, because you object to an anti-white program that will discriminate against whites in favor of non-whites, your conscious mind is instantly filled with the thoughts and emotions associated with the MPs related to the topic. Do you see how this works? It is psychological warfare. If we could get that link for Lala Boards and drop it in the live chat the way that our great Dean Danger is wont to do, that would be great. I know he's off at the moment. For example, those who want to favor non-whites at the expense of whites are honorable, intelligent, selfless, and attractive. They are doing the right thing. Those who disagree are dishonorable, unintelligent, selfish, and ugly. This is what we all have learned over the course of our lives, primarily by way of entertainment. Unwillingly and often unwittingly, your mind instantly places the anti-white in the moral positive category and yourself in the immoral negative category. You are also instantly aware that anyone observing the disagreement has also placed the anti-white and you in the same positive and negative categories. I'm going to read that again. You are also instantly aware that anyone observing the altercation, how do you know this? You are immediately aware that anyone observing the disagreement has also placed the anti-white and you in the same positive them and you negative camps, categories every time. How do you know? Because you have the exact same brain poisoning that all of these others have. Everyone has undergone the exact same anti-white psychological warfare by way of the anti-white narrative. We're going to have to come back to this in a part 2 of our lesson of the day. Never defend against anti-white attacks. I'm going to have a quick look around at what you all are saying. We'll listen to a bit of epic music.
Sick to life and death. They're paying for such bullshit, and I'm sick to death of being lectured about inclusion. I have lived here all my life, the land of my folk who built this country. West man, we obey the law, that means everything to us. But I won't be saying what's on my mind in under 2 minutes. You can take your Robert's rules and stick them where the sun don't shine. I won't be lying down till I can't work no more. I'm up to my neck now. You're gonna hear about it. This is the guy that we are fighting for. This is the guy blue-haired liberals say deserves to die. This is the guy they mock endlessly with cuckery and smuckery. Now you're gonna listen to this working white man who's sick of the anti-white bullshit.
That is Shannon Oliver, music created by Shannon Oliver. Let's give this man, show him some love. My brother John, you will find the link. I posted the link in the live chat if you wanted to financially gift my brother. So you should be able to click on that. If you have the app, you can do it right from there. And let's celebrate right now. First last, ladies and gentlemen, who is in the midst of grief, still financially gifting $50 today. And he says with those 50 beautiful dollars that we are breaking through. God bless you, brother. Big love to first last. Everybody, 50 White Wellbeing dollars from this guy right in the middle of grieving the loss of his brother-in-law. Let's rock.
We are fighting for. This is the guy blue-haired liberals say deserves to die. This is the guy they mock endlessly with cuckery and smuckery. You're gonna listen to this working white man who's sick of the anti-white bullshit. You call me far right, you call me extremist, but you won't tan my hide. I don't wear the brands you abuse. We can talk about equal rights when they come with equal lefts. You look confused, you're on thin ice. Only a fool will push their luck when I've had enough. Mama didn't raise a fool, daddy wouldn't praise a coward. You bit off more than you can chew, now let's see who gets bruised. I won't be made a jackass to your foreign nationals. Only traitors help invaders, I'm itching for a fight. I don't give a damn whose feelings that hurts. I'm not bending the knee to white guilt no more. This is the guy that we are fighting for. This is the guy blue-haired liberals say deserves to die. This is the guy they taunt endlessly with cuckery and schmuckery. You better listen to this working white man who's sick of the anti-white bullshit.
Absolutely epic. Well done, brother. Well, we are out of time. We don't have time to go into the man who made the Juneteenth flag. And maybe we'll cover that on Wednesday when we get back together. But don't forget that Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the Seeds of the Shade Tree with our brothers Robert and Justin. And 8:30, I said, Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be there. You'll be there. We're going to have a hell of a time. The party continues. The reclamation of our destiny continues. And let me just take a quick look over here. And if any financial gifts come in after we wrap up today, I will be reading them on Wednesday when we're back together. But what an absolutely spectacular, scintillating week that we've had. Another one, nothing but victories, IRL victories. The victories as you could see, as we looked, promulgating the concepts that liberate our people, the concepts taken all the way up to the leadership, both in the United Kingdom and the United States. We're seeing this, a major political party in Australia using the concepts, a major political party in, was it Sweden or Norway, using the concepts. This is spreading exactly as we planned, and the work that we invest. And you can see a lot of very jealous people will say really ugly things, really just degenerate, ugly things to try to undermine the real deal, because they like to false flag as pro-white. They like to false flag as white nationalists, when really they're just anti-Jew, when really they're just anti-black. And when we exist, we rob them of their lying claims. We rob them of their pretexts. So inevitably they come in their numbers to say Fed, Jew, and they've been saying it for so long, it's so ridiculous. Fed, Jew, cop, murderer. We've heard it all, haven't we? We've heard it all. And the reality is, of course, that the kind of people that they're following are the degenerate folks. So it's sad to see Rebecca have such a cold response to Academic Agent, but it's the world we're in. And it's going to be this ideology. It's going to be these concepts, these dialectics, a product of this dialogic. And you all, your hard work, that's going to liberate Western kind. And these people will be remembered for the filth that they were, for the poison that they were, endeavoring to pull us down, instead of joining, revealing that their real objective was never arresting our victimization, was never the well-being of white people. It was just a deep-seated and very ugly resentment of other groups of man. And that they stood in front of us again and again, that they endeavored to smear us more than anti-whites ever have. The anti-whites don't want anybody to know about us because we have the cure. The anti-non-whites want everybody to think that we are diseased and cult and fed and Jew and on and on and on. They're the ones who spread the lies. They're the ones who block us from speaking like Jared Taylor. They're the ones who prevent us and this lexicon from reaching our brothers and sisters. They're the ones who refuse to use the concepts and dialectics created by a white man in favor of concepts and dialectics created largely by Jews who they hate on the basis of their birth, and most of those Jews, anti-white Jews. They prefer to use those concepts. And we see the SPLC financing them. And I've told you forever that anti-whites finance all this anti-non-white garbage. And now the evidence is there for you to see. The party continues tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Seeds of the Shade Tree. You're not going to want to miss that. And then we'll be back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to come in. And after our gathering, our Church of the West gathering on Wednesday, we have our magnificent Rebel Roundtable. You can listen or you can chat along as well. You can ask questions. God bless everybody for coming out today. And then we got nothing but more victories. We get fired up on Wednesday to keep having these victories and these successes. And you see it all working exactly. And here we have the absolute legend. The absolute legend, ladies and gentlemen. $20 financial gift. Let's get some raucous emojis. Let's get some raucous emojis for John Lelane. What an absolute epic champion. We love this guy. $20 financial gift. Big salutes. Quadruple 07s, crowns and gems. I'm going to make my way out west one of these days. And you're gonna have to show me how to get up on that weird thing. See how to keep it underneath of me. God bless you, man. Great to see you. Thank you, everybody, for celebrating. Let's have another absolutely epic week. God bless you, man. $20. Let's have another epic week. Let's go to the stars and beyond. Let's get to as many people as we can. Let's have a revolution inside of ourselves. Let's have a revolution inside of our family circles. Let's continue to promulgate so that these words, exactly as you're seeing, these concepts, these arguments, crop up all around us. They crop up even in use by the anti-whites. You know what that will do? That'll cause idiots who know us to use those concepts because they won't know that it's from us. They'll think it's from the anti-white garbage and they'll immediately imitate it. Oh, that's sweet justice. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, 07s, big salutes. I love you all. Let's keep it rocking. Let's go free. We're still here. We're still here because another financial gift came in. $20, ladies and gentlemen. Sundo, what is that? Sundo Metal over here on Premium Rumble. $20. Let's get some rockers emojis. $20 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Talk about coming in at the line. Sound, maybe it's sound of metal, maybe is what it is. Maybe that's probably what it is. Yeah. $20. Sound of metal. $20. He says, God bless. God bless to you too as well. Totally epic, man. Big salutes. And now we can launch into the week. Let's let it be fiery. Let's let it be like the fireworks. Happy Father's Day. By the way, love you all. Let's go free.